Good morning.
It is a good snowy morning. Oh my gosh, look at Geronimo's background. All right, looking good. You even have the monthly theme there.
Working on it.
Well done.
I'm excited to get a picture of the peaks in the background, but I wanted to finish out this month before I did.
There you go, stay with the monthly theme.
That's right.
Yeah, I need to work on my backgrounds and switch them up a little bit.
I'm just excited. I finally got a background that has the Coconino County on it. Took me a while to figure out how to get that one.
I don't have one of those. What's up with that?
Yeah,
Email you can get that has the, you can download them.
Oh, see? I'll be like you guys.
yeah, Greg helped me. I'll admit, I'll pass up on that. How are we doing? We got about another minute here. And then there's a possibility Judy will be in and out with phone, but she's trying to connect by phone. So do we just check in from your side, Alex? Are you seeing her phone out there or no?
Yes, I believe we have Supervisor Begay, who I've promoted to be able to speak. So Supervisor Begay, you just can unmute yourself if you're able to do so.
Okay, well, that's good. And let's see. Supervisor Fowler, do we have Lena out there? Not seeing her just yet on that.
Not quite yet.
Good morning.
Well, good morning. Good morning,
This is
Supervisor.
Judy.
All right, welcome, Judy. I'm going to get the
I'll
meeting
be on
going.
the phone. I'll be on the phone all day until the
All
meeting's
right.
over.
All
Okay.
right. The magic of these special devices. All right, well, it is 10 o'clock, and so I'll go ahead and call today's meeting to order. It's Tuesday, April 27th, and we'll just check in with each of the supervisors. District 1, Supervisor Patrice Horstman.
I am here on this snowy morning. Good to see everybody.
All right, and then District 2, Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez.
Present, thank you.
You bet. And then we have Supervisor Judy Begay from District 4.
I'm here.
All right. And then right now we don't have Vice Chair Fowler, but I think she'll be checking in with the snow. There might be challenges with electronics as well on things. Oh, there you are. Oh, and look at that new background. All right, fantastic. And the new look. All right, welcome everybody. So the next item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everybody could please rise, and if you don't have a flag, face to the east, and we have one that we try and post on our monitor as well. So please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Wonderful. Okay, next item we have is the call to the public. And the call to the public is a courtesy the board offers for folks to bring up items that may not be on our agenda, but you want to bring to our attention. And so we're going to ask Alex to explain how, if you have, you wish to use this opportunity, she'll explain how you can access. So Alex, if you could, please.
Sure thing. Thank you. So if anyone would like to speak, please just use the raise hand function, which should be at the bottom of your panel of your screen, and we'll promote you to be able to speak. We'll give you a moment to do that.
Okay.
Any at the moment.
Checking in. And I'll check with Lindsay real quick. Do you have anything coming on your side, Lindsay?
Chair Ryan, we do not have any emails in the board comments.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and close the call to the public. As items come up later in the afternoon, we go through the action items, or later in the meeting, there are also opportunities, depending upon the item. If it's a work session item, it's usually a process that the board will just hear, and it's an opportunity for the public to observe during work session. But for next item of business is we have a proclamation. And this is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 2021 as Fair Housing Month. And I know it looks like Michelle Axland is going to read it, but Steve, did you, am I turning to you or Kim, or going right to Michelle?
Mr. Chairman, no, we'll go right to Michelle. Thank you so much. Michelle?
Thank you, Chair Ryan and Board of Supervisors, for allowing us to read this proclamation. I'm extremely grateful. I have Sandy Flores from Catholic Charities and Devonna McLaughlin from Housing Solutions here, who are amazing partners, and we couldn't do it without them, and they will lead us off. Sandy?
Thank you very much. Coconino County Proclamation designated April 2021 as National Fair Housing Month in Coconino County. Whereas the National Fair Housing Law of 1986, as amended by the Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988, prohibits discrimination in housing and declares it a national policy to provide within constitutional limits for fair housing in the United States. And whereas the principle of fair housing is not only national law and national policy, but a fundamental human concept and entitlement for all Americans. And whereas individuals in Coconino County have the right to choose where to live without discrimination based on race, color, religion, age, sex, familial status, marital status, national origin or ancestry, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, military status, and order of protection status. And
whereas federal and state laws affirm the right of every person to equal housing opportunity, and whereas the talents of grassroots and nonprofit organizations, housing service providers, financial institutions, elected officials, state agencies, and others must be combined to promote and preserve integration, fair housing, and equal opportunity. And therefore, be it resolved that we do hereby recognize April 2021 as National Fair Housing Month and call upon all residents to reflect on and embrace the diversity that strengthens us.
There we go. I have to turn my microphone on. Oh, well done, Sandy and Sarah. Really appreciate it. And I'll check in with you in just a second, but I'll go to the board for a motion approving the proclamation. I have Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, I would very much like to make the motion to recognize April as National Fair Housing Month in Coconino County. And I'd like to make a statement after the motion is made.
Okay.
Second.
And then oh my gosh, Vice Chair, you moved in on Supervisor Vasquez. He was all set up to give that
I'll
second.
yield to my elder.
Go ahead.
I'll yield to my elder. It's okay.
All right, I have a second from Vice Chair and Supervisor Fowler, and then I'll call for the question and then turn to the board, and then also turn to Sandy and Sarah as well. So all in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 All right, motion carries. And so turn to the board first, Patrice.
Yeah, thank you. And, I want to thank everyone here today who's bringing this important proclamation. Obviously, Coconino County in particular needs to do better. We have the highest cost of living in Arizona, and the COVID-19 pandemic certainly further highlighted the housing inequities that exist here in our community. And we in Coconino County and in these difficult times have tried to reach out to members in our community for rental and utility assistance. And certainly we appreciate the partnership of Housing Solutions and Flagstaff Shelter Services and so many other organizations that are essential to our community to bring affordable housing and sheltering to our residents. So we're in this together. Thank you for all that you do. And thank you for bringing this important proclamation to all of us as well.
All right. And before I go to Geronimo, Devonna, I apologize. I'm reading instead of looking at who's out there, and my apologies. I saw Sarah Dar may have was planning on attending. Apparently, she couldn't make it today. But so I'll go to Geronimo. Geronimo.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. I just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work and putting out this proclamation. It is important. You know, affordable, fair housing in our community is very important. I hate when I hear about folks that grew up here that can no longer afford to live here, you know, and have to make it in the valley when, you know, they want to be here. And so all your efforts are truly appreciated, and I really look forward to helping support your efforts moving forward. Thank you.
Other board members? All right. Well, I'll take a moment. Oh, looks like Vice Chair Fowler. Lena? You're on mute, Lena.
Yes, in Coconino County, we've been trying to address this for some time with all of our partners. We even change our ordinance to make sure that there are, you know, we really look at the housing and how it may be able to, we might be able to accommodate more housing in our county. So I just think that we need to continue our work, and it's not this is not the first time that we have declared this declaration. We want to really thank you for your work, and just all the volunteers also that across the county and working with the with our citizens that need housing. Thank you so much.
All right. And then Supervisor Begay, Judy. Okay, we'll see if she pops up. In the meantime, I'll just follow up and note what everybody is. Well, one, most importantly, for all the work that each of you are doing out there is so important. But as noted, well, we just had a hearing the other night where we got into discussions associated with our community and needs assessment, housing, workforce housing, and the need associated with it. And looking at our market, it's just the effect has just amplified significantly. And so real challenge for everybody going beyond not only affordable housing, but also workforce housing associated with that. So actually, it looks like Steve Peru is bubbling up also. Steve?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to appreciate Catholic Charities and Housing Solutions and all of our nonprofit partners. You know, the work that the county does in a lot of different areas, you know, is not something we cannot do without our nonprofit partners. But to Sandy and Devon, it's good to see you both. And so thank you for your work. Thanks. And then Supervisor Begay is back on now.
Okay. Judy, go ahead. Can't hear you. When we keep trying, and if we hear you, oh, there you go. Oh, it looks like you just went on mute. So challenges with using the phone. So we'll see if Supervisor.
Hello?
Oh, there you go.
Hello?
Go ahead, Judy. We got you.
Okay. I was just touching everything here. I just want to thank everyone that was involved in bringing this proclamation to our attention for approval. And I think that, you know, with the high cost of living and needing more affordable housing, student housing, veteran housing, you know, things like that, I think it's very important that we acknowledge this. And certainly everyone has a right to equal housing opportunities. And I think, we're in the right direction and going forth with this. So thank you for the nonprofit organizations that have, really worked on this. And again, thank you for all your work that you do out there for everyone. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, thank you, Supervisor Begay. And then I'll turn to Sandy or Devonna. Did you want to add anything after this? Or really appreciate you reading the proclamation.
I just wanted to take a moment to thank Michelle and your staff at the county for bringing this forward, for inviting us to participate. The county is always such an important partner in housing and fair housing, eviction prevention. You guys run a lot of critical programs that help folks in poverty in our communities, and we couldn't do it without you. And so thank you for all that you do and for this opportunity and proclamation. It's important to remember annually that folks don't always have the same access to decent, affordable housing. So we appreciate this opportunity to raise awareness and your support. And I'll let Sandy go, but I did just want to say, Chairman Ryan, I am totally fine with being mistaken for Ms. Dar. Out of all the people I could be mistaken for, she's one of the best. So thank you.
Well, I'm a little embarrassed. I know who you are, Devonna, and here I'm calling you. Don't listen to my mouth, listen to my brain, huh? All right, Sandy.
Well, thank you. I'll just echo what Devonna said and just appreciate the partnerships that we have with the county, that we've consistently had with the county. I know, we have multiple contracts with you for community jail reentry housing, and then your support in our efforts in Page have been instrumental, and we've just moved into that office this week. So we're very excited about that. And as Steve said, we couldn't do this without the partnerships. It takes all of us to do this work. And so we just appreciate your support, both with the proclamation, but with everything that you do around affordable housing in our community. So thank you.
It takes many people. Really appreciate all the work that you do and for you being here with us today. All right, the next item of business is actually our consent agenda. And consent agenda is routine in nature. Instead of, let's see, we have items 2 through 21. Instead of taking a motion for each item, we'll take a single motion associated with it, unless we have a desire from board members to separate any items. Is there a desire to have any item separated? Supervisor Begay.
No, I don't.
Okay. And then without that, then I'll consider a motion for the approval of the consent item. Anybody care to make that motion? Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes,
Vice Chair.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I will move that we approve our consent agenda from number 2 to number 21. There were no separation of any of the items.
Okay, I have a motion and I have a second.
The motion.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Fowler, a second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Okay, next item of business is that we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. I need a motion to do so.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Horstman, second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 We're now acting in the capacity as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. We have one item on the consent agenda. See if anybody wants to separate. Not seeing that, I'll consider a motion associated with the consent agenda. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, I move that we approve the Flood Control District construction, the Mount Eldon Estate Flood Mitigation Project by fully funding the project at a cost of $607,247.94.
Okay, I have a motion by Director Horstman. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by Director Begay. Any comments? No comments, then I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 All right, any opposed? None opposed, motion carries. We next need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
So move.
Motion by Vice Chair Fowler. I need a second.
Second.
Second by, second by Director Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we need to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. I need a motion to do so. I have a motion by, looks like Supervisor Horstman.
Second.
Second by, oh, God, beat you again, Geronimo, Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye. Okay, we're now acting in the capacity as the Health District Board of Directors with one item on consent agenda. Is there anybody wishing to separate? Not seeing anyone, I'll consider a motion.
I would like to ask questions on this.
Oh, okay. Vice Chair Fowler.
Yes, I believe it'd be to Kim.
Right.
Hi, Kim. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Every year we have to pay this bill, and do we have any idea to this date what we are paying for to the state?
Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler, Chair Ryan. Yes, this continues to be our Title 36 contract with Access, certainly Access, then subcontracts the services through the Guidance Center, and for all of our Title 36 folks that are processed through the Guidance Center, that our law enforcement and others around the county refer that may be a danger to self or others. So this, unfortunately, I know you, Vice Chair, and certainly Chair Ryan, and for the others, this is something that every year we continue to see higher costs associated with this. And this is one of those payments that it's not about a mandated service, it's about a mandated payment that we are responsible for paying at the county level for our Title 36 services that are being provided by mental health providers.
Yes, and this is one of the items that has a huge impact on our budget. We want our citizens to be cared for, but we have we don't. This is a bill that continues to just rise with the state of Arizona.
All right. Any other questions or comments associated with it?
Mr. Chairman, if I could comment also, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Fowler, yes, as you indicated, this obligation that the county provides financial payment to is for a population, of course, of our residents, and then it's basically needs and demand driven, and so we anticipate and we attempt to anticipate by forecasting what that its expense will be on an annual basis. But as you indicated, and which we see, of course, as the trend continues to go in an increasing direction. And the same, of course, would be related to one of the items on the consent, where restoration of competency, which, of course, is going towards individuals who are in the justice system, but who are not determined to be competent at the time. So the restoration of those individuals back to a level of competency is the goal there. The driver in that particular area, though, has been, of course, the fact that Yavapai County's RTC program has been shut down because of COVID. They recently opened it, but there's a backlog. And so we hope that over time, we'll be able to re-enter that direction with RTC. But again, it's just another example of a cost that we provide the funding for that's hard to budget from a forecasting standpoint. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, this just shows the complexity of healthcare within our communities and how the system works as far as the payments are concerned and the working relationship with the states. So thank you.
And Chair Ryan,
please.
if I may, just to bring additional context to this, the rates that we are charged are set without us having any say into what those rates are. And those rates did increase on July 2020. which we had not budgeted for that increase initially because we weren't aware that that increase was happening. And so that is why this item is now being brought before you to adjust for that, knowing that while we don't get any say in those rates, we do have to pay the bill.
Yeah, and we don't get reimbursed if the individuals are not served. Is that correct?
Say that again. I apologize, Vice Chair. Ask that question one more time. I wasn't quite.
So we do not receive reimbursements for a certain number if a certain number of people are not served.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Fowler. There is not a reimbursement related to either Title 36 or RTC. Those are expenses that we pay towards the care of those our individuals in that area.
And the only reimbursement that we do get is if someone has through other insurance, we do, after we pay for it, there is a reconciliation, and if they're able to collect on other private insurance pay, that we do get some reimbursement that then of course goes back against what we owe going forward. So we do get a little bit of that, but it's not significant in terms of the size of the bill.
Okay, thank you.
This is Judy. This is Judy.
Yeah, go ahead, Judy.
I just kind of think that we really need to look into this and see if you can, even a listing of all the areas that are being paid, and like access and guidance center and stuff like that. I kind of think that, I don't know if we're paying a lot of money into this and then why, and with the number of people served, I think it would fluctuate, but I'm not sure. I only have a sheet here. It doesn't really have all the listing of, so I would like to have a listing of where that money goes, and then maybe the reimbursement and how much is actually being reimbursed that we provided to the board members. I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
We can pull information on that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And we'll provide it to all board members.
Yeah, it'd be helpful, and also it'll provide an opportunity for additional discussion as you as board members, if you have additional questions. It's a front that we've been working on for many years. It's challenging. We definitely have increased costs associated with it, and so we've always been very active on this. But there's a lot of background, and so well worth follow-up questions if board members have them as staff sends out the report. Any other questions? Go ahead, Supervisor Horstman, Patrice.
Yeah, just very briefly, and everything that the other supervisors have stated, I absolutely agree with. And this is one of those examples of another unfunded mandate, state mandate, that's so important for us to fulfill mental health responsibilities for members in our community. But it is an area where we really need to advocate in the state legislature for them to provide adequate funding so that we can provide the services that our residents here in our community need. So thank you.
Well said. Yes. Okay, with that, I don't think we have further questions. Supervisor or Vice Chair Fowler, would you like care to make the motion? You separated this item.
Yes, thank you for answering our questions and having that discussion on this item. It's very important that we continue to work on our end for on this payment that we provide, and at the same time care for the individuals in our county. I move, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve item number 23 under the Public Health District consent agenda. Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
There.
I finally got it.
Yeah, you did. I got a second from Supervisor or Director Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. We now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. I need a motion to do so. Okay, I have Supervisor Begay with the motion, second by or Director Begay, second by Director Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're now acting in the capacity of the Board of Supervisors. We were a Board of Directors just a moment ago. With that, we're on item number 24. Item 24 is a public hearing. It's a consideration and possible recommendation associated with the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control. And it's associated with a property located at 7180 North Highway 89 in Flagstaff, Arizona. And we have our clerk of the Board of Supervisors, Lindsay Daly, that will present on this item. Lindsay?
Good morning, Chair Ryan and supervisors. We received a liquor license application from the state, and this is for Carter Auto Truck Plaza, which, like Chair Ryan said, is located at 7180 North Highway 89 in Flagstaff. That is in District 4. And this is for an owner transfer Series 10 beer and wine store liquor license. Agent is Mark Anthony Lopez. And the application was sent to the Sheriff's Office, Health District, Community Development Department, and the Risk Manager for review. They do not have any concerns with the application. A notice and copy of the application was posted at the location by the Sheriff's Office for 20 days, and we have not received any comments during this time regarding the application. The board itself does not issue the license, but makes its recommendation based on its knowledge of the local area and needs and desires of the community. The board is required to consider and make a recommendation on this application. The recommendation may be to approve, disapprove, or offer a no recommendation decision on the application to the state. Thank you.
All right, questions of the board?
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, before we do, Supervisor Begay, we need to go, because it's a hearing, we need to go to public comment. Okay, no questions from the board. This is an opportunity for the applicant or the applicant's representative. Do we have them in the audience by chance?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and could you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Mark Anthony Lopez, 7180 North Highway 89.
All right, and this is your opportunity to provide comment associated with your application.
No comment at this point. I'd just like to thank you all for getting us on the docket this morning.
Okay, I would say you're welcome on behalf of the board. With that, thank you for being here. I will now turn to the public hearing and open it up for public comment associated with this license. Is there anybody that wishes to make a comment? Alex, can you explain again how they would do that?
Absolutely, Chair Ryan. So if anyone would like to make a comment, please navigate to the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen and we'll promote you to be able to speak. So I'll give that just a moment.
Okay, and I'm not seeing anything. Are you, Alex?
No, I'm not seeing anything. Thank you.
And then Lindsay?
At this time, we don't have anything in the board comments.
Okay, with that, we provided the opportunity for public comment during the hearing. I'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board and turn to Supervisor Begay.
Okay, good morning, everyone again. And all the people and anyone that's on the Board of Supervisors meeting. Since the application for the liquor license has been reviewed by the Health District, the Risk Manager, and the Sheriff's Office and Community Development Department, and there were no concerns, I would like to make a motion to recommend approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding the owner transfer new application for a Series 10 beer and wine store liquor license for Carter Auto Truck Plaza in District 4, application number 129897. Agent Mark Anthony Lopez, located at 7180 North Highway 89 in Flagstaff, Arizona, 86004. Thank you.
I have a motion. I need a second.
I'll second.
I have a second by Supervisor Vasquez. And an opportunity for comment. And so with no comment, we'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. And I think along with Supervisor Begay, Mr. Lopez, we wish you luck.
Thank you very much. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen.
You're welcome. All right, next item that we have on the agenda is another liquor license. This is item number 25. And again, it's a public hearing and consideration of possible recommendation associated with the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control. And this license is at the address of 629 East High Grove Road, Williams, Arizona. And I'll turn to our clerk of the board to present. Lindsay?
Thank you. This is a liquor license, like Chair Ryan said, for the state for Clear Sky Resorts Farm to Fork, which is a newly developed facility located in District 1 at 629 East High Grove Road, Williams, Arizona. The application is for a new Series 11 hotel motel liquor license, and the agent is Hal Burton Feinberg, and he is here today. The application was sent to the Sheriff's Office, Health District, Community Development Department, and the Risk Manager for review, and they did not have any concerns with the application. A notice and copy of the application was posted by the Sheriff's Office at the location for 20 days. We have not received any comments or concerns regarding the application. The board itself does not have to issue the license, but makes its recommendation based on its knowledge of the local area and needs and desires of the community. The board is required to consider and make a recommendation on this application. The recommendation is to approve, disapprove, or offer no recommendation decision on the application to the state. Thank you.
All right, now I'll turn to the board to see if we have questions from the board.
Yes.
I'll go to Supervisor Horstman.
Gosh, I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry.
Okay. Supervisor Fowler, you're there you go. So Supervisor Horstman.
Thank you. Yes, and I'd like to, this is in District 1, and I am very excited for the project that Hal Feinberg and his team are bringing to Valley and soon to be, I think, Grand Canyon Junction. As we all know, Coconino County relies heavily on tourism to sustain our economy. And the Grand Canyon is certainly one of our most, if not our most prominent attractions. Clear Sky Resorts currently operates other successful luxury campsites. And I believe this new project just outside the Grand Canyon will provide economic opportunity, employment opportunities, and further economic development in this area and for this community. And I think it's clear from the information that's been presented, it's also going to be a fun place to visit. And I certainly look forward in the coming months to go out there and take a look at the facilities and all that it has to offer to our community. So that's my comment, Chair Ryan.
Okay.
And I will note that we do have Mr. Feinberg present if no other board members have any comments to make.
Okay. Let's check with the board real quick. Any comments from the board members? Not seeing any, then we turn to the applicant. And Mr. Feinberg, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Hal Feinberg, address 629 High Grove Road, Williams, Arizona 86046.
All right, this is your opportunity as the applicant to comment on your application.
No, I appreciate you guys having us. I guess really just want to thank you guys for letting us be on the call. And if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But we're excited to have the resorts open up and provide a really nice place for people to stay to visit both the Grand Canyon and other popular places in Coconino County. So.
All right. Well, welcome and thank you for being here at the meeting. So if no further comment from you, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and open this up. It is a public hearing. It is an opportunity for the public to comment on this application. Is there anybody out there, Alex, just in case somebody stepped on just recently, just a quick explanation?
Absolutely. So if you would like to make a comment, you can hit the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen. Or if you've dialed in, you can hit *6 to unmute.
Okay. Just gave it a minute. You're not seeing anything, Alex, I would say, probably. Lindsay, probably not.
No,
Nope.
not at
Okay, well, we provided the opportunity for public comment. With that, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion of this hearing. And I'll turn to Supervisor Horstman, representative of District 1, where this establishment is.
Thanks,
Patrice?
Chair Ryan. I appreciate that. And as noted by Lindsay Daly, this application meets all the legal requirements. There have been no negative comments and no violations of any kind found. So it is my great pleasure to move to recommend an approval of the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding the new liquor license application, Series 11, Hotel Motel Liquor License for Clear Sky Resort, Farm to Fork in District 1. It's application number 141775. Its agent is Hal Burton Feinberg. It's located at 629 East High Grove Road in Williams, Arizona, 86046.
All right, I have a motion. I need a second.
A second.
I have a second by Supervisor Vasquez. Any further comments? No further comments. I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. And I'm sure I'm joined, as noted, by Supervisor Horstman, and wishing you well, Mr. Feinberg.
Thank you very much. By the way, Matt Ryan's my favorite quarterback, so I don't know if you ever.
Maybe we can do a little better next year, huh?
Right, there you
That's
go.
right. There you go. All right. And then with that, next item, let me pause for a second. We're doing okay, but check in. Everybody okay? We've only been going since 10 o'clock. It looks like I'm getting thumbs up here. Okay, so we'll go ahead and proceed. Next item is item number 26. And this is a presentation and discussion, update and possible action regarding Coconino County response to COVID-19 pandemic, including testing, vaccine distribution, and partnership opportunities. And so I think I'll turn to County Manager Steve Peru first, and I suspect Kim Musselman will be up next.
Well, we always want to, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we always want to start any presentation related to COVID and the last year with sincere appreciation and just a thanks to all of our team, all of the folks at HHS throughout the county organization as well, and all of our partners throughout Coconino County at the state and federal level as well. And so really that my task today is to introduce it by saying thank you to Kim and her team for all the work you've done and continue to do each and every day. So with that, I will turn it over to Kim for the update. Thanks, Kim.
Thank you, County Manager. Chair Ryan, Board of Supervisors, great to be here this morning. As the presentation pulls up, just want to take an opportunity, highlight some things where we are currently sitting with the response and also keeping the board informed as to where we are going with the response. So with that, we'll start in our normal place, which is talking about our numbers. As you will see here, we had a slight decrease from our week ending April 10 for our week ending April 17, which is good because we, of course, had bumped up back on April 3rd back into, or excuse me, on April 10th back into that substantial benchmark regarding cases per 100,000. So we had 145 total cases for week ending April 17 and 102.5 cases per 100,000. As that keeps us in what is considered the moderate level of transmission, and we continue to monitor where all of those cases are coming from, and of course, continuing to look at the need to keep our mitigation, and more importantly, or as important, our efforts regarding vaccination. Next slide, please. This is the, just to point out for all of you to see where we're already headed with respect to our week that just just ended on Saturday. As of last night, we were at 141 cases. So hopefully that will hold as we go into the rest of the week. We will see so that we can continue it to have that downward trend, but we continue to monitor that. And of course, all of our investigations and monitoring teams continue to do the amazing work that they're doing in terms of reaching out to those who are positive and those who may have been exposed and need to quarantine and isolate. So wanted to just give an overview of where we're sitting with our vaccination visualization. I will tell the board last week when I was on a meeting right after getting off of the board meeting with ADHS and our partners over at NAU and Premier Medical Group and also Northern Arizona Healthcare. One of the things that was stated to me was from Rachel Garcia with ADHS, said that we were talking about issues about getting people to come in and get vaccinated, you know, with the opening of the Northern Region pod, wanting to figure out how do we keep drawing people in to get vaccinated. And her comment was that Coconino County, we had done such a great job early on of getting those lower age brackets and quite frankly, all of the age brackets vaccinated as efficiently as possible, that we're making it even more difficult because we had already done a lot of the initial legwork. And so just an appreciation for, as County Manager Peru said, the team and all the work that's been done, all of our amazing partners across the county, and again, our residents in Coconino County for being willing to get in line and get vaccinated. And we're looking to keep pushing forward on that. Did want to just point out on this chart, and this is in our weekly report, that we have a total percentage of our county population that's been vaccinated with at least one dose is sitting at 45%. And then we are also calculating on the county level, which is not what is being reported on the state dashboard. They're doing it off of the total county population, but we are also reporting the percentage of the eligible population that's fully vaccinated at being at 47%. And that is important to note. And I believe I have indicated this before to the board, but that is utilizing the census data breaks with respect to age. And so that includes eligible right now as those 15 and older, although Pfizer vaccine is only authorized right now for 16 and older, but that gets us as close as possible to that eligible population. We have 66,082 county residents who have received at least one dose of COVID-19 vaccine, which again is about 45% of our total population, and 54,528 residents are fully vaccinated, which gets us to that 47% of the eligible population that we are calculating at about 117,000 total county residents as part of that number. Next slide, please. As I had discussed with the opening a week ago of the Northern Arizona Regional Pod at the NAU Fieldhouse, like everything with COVID, every day is a new day and things change. As the pod opened, it had hours that were currently stated at 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week. They are looking at that to see in terms of numbers what makes the most sense. They will be modifying those days of the week that the pod will be open, as well as those hours, just based simply on demand and also workforce associated with providing those vaccines. So I will be providing that information to the board as soon as it is finalized and we have that information. But it is likely going to be shifting to potentially a Wednesday through Saturday type of operation, which will then ultimately free up some additional time with Premier Medical Group who is overseeing the medical staffing component, to do some other mobile and pop-up hub and spoke, as they like to refer to it, type of operations. In our conversation yesterday, we're working with some of the nearby housing developments and have a whole litany of things that I'm going to get into in just a minute of potential options where we can do some other work about making vaccines convenient for folks, that even if they maybe live very nearby the NAU field house, other ways in which we can get more folks to seek vaccination. Just the reminder, again, that patients who have received their first dose of Pfizer at another location are eligible to receive their second dose at the NAU site, and they just need to bring their CDC vaccination record card. Walk-ins are accepted during all of those hours. Certainly, there's still the appointment availability that can be scheduled at the website listed on the screen there at www.podvaccine.adhs.gov. Of course, there's an 800 number. We also have all of this information on our county website as well. And we're still waiting to hear about when the Pfizer vaccine will be authorized for use for those 12 and older. It is sitting under emergency use review, and hopeful to hear something in the very near future and coming weeks. Couple other things just wanted to touch on with respect to our ongoing vaccination efforts. All of you should have received a copy of the flyer. We're doing a pop-up clinic over at the county courthouse lawn tomorrow afternoon between 11 and 1. No appointment needed. This is a walk-up clinic. We will have first and second dose Moderna vaccine available there. Of course, as always, none of the vaccines require any type of payment. They are all free of charge. This is just one example of the many things that our team has been working on, and that we're also looking to increase the frequency of being able to do these type of pop-up events all throughout the county. And next slide, please. Let's get into a little bit more detail about upcoming mobile vaccine operations and also some areas that we are working on. There is going to be a Williams mobile pop-up vaccine event at the Williams Elementary School on Friday between 10 and 12. And this is being scheduled in conjunction with a clothing exchange event that the middle school is doing. So we thought this was a great opportunity to have a presence there. We did just confirm with ADHS yesterday that we are actually going to be able to transfer some Pfizer vaccine to HHS, so we will be able to take Pfizer to Williams. And we're also, I wanted to report to the board, if you did not see the information yesterday, that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, on Monday, yesterday was Monday, that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine has been, the pause has been lifted, and there is some cautionary guidance around the blood clot concern, but it is safe for folks to resume utilizing. We will be taking some Johnson & Johnson with us as well to be able to provide some access to both Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson in the Williams area. And we'll be working closely with the state pod as well as ADHS as we look to be able to get Pfizer out into our other surrounding and outlying areas throughout the county. So we're really excited about that opportunity. Some other upcoming events that we're looking at and working on include the Munns Park Fire Department. If the first week or first week and a half of May, tentatively being worked on right now. And then also other locations such as the Flagstaff Family Food Center, working with Monica Foos over there, coming up with a best time and date that we can do some vaccination there. Also had conversations with Sarah Dar at the Housing Authority. We're looking to do some events right inside some of the housing communities, and then also additional conversations of getting some other opportunities up in Page, Fredonia, and Forest Lakes as well. So looking at lots of different opportunities and also different partnerships with some of our medical providers in how we can best do that. So more to come on that as we get some other detail finalized. I'll be sharing that with the board, but we've got lots of folks hard at work coming up with the best ways that we can keep bringing vaccine to folks, and also working on how do we continue to convince folks to get vaccinated. So the next slide specifically speaks to some of that in terms of our outreach. You're all aware of our most recent partnership with Interfaith Council. I know there's some additional work regarding a return event at San Francisco de Asís, as well as other outreach. And I know Supervisor Vasquez has been working alongside us as well, and with the Interfaith Council, so looking for other opportunities as we reach out to our Hispanic community. Also, the diversity councils have had some communication in writing. We'll be, again, continuing to seek their assistance and guidance in how we are reaching those that may need more information and still have some level of either convenience factor or hesitancy for whatever reasons, and along with our neighborhood associations and other nonprofit organizations. Really, the sky's the limit when it comes to what are possibilities and how are we making arrangements and achieving that. And I think certainly here at HHS, we're very excited about doing those things, because that's what HHS does best, which is get out and do things on those smaller, more intimate type of scale as well. And of course, through our joint information team, the continued efforts to implement innovative digital communications and outreach, including traditional media, also exploring some ideas about, as some other counties or some other rural counties are looking at, maybe some potential mass mailings and other types of ways that we can reach those who may not be, receiving the information digitally in some of our other more rural areas that we need to do and approach it differently. So we've got lots of things in the works and continuing, and along with making strides with respect to opportunities for business and community-based incentives. The county manager, myself, we met with our joint information team yesterday to get some more framework around how that outreach is going to happen within the business community, and then how the county is going to be able to be the messenger for that. So you will all be hearing more about that in the very near future. Just wanted to provide brief update regarding transitions. I know I've been speaking to you about that every week as we look at our tier 1 operations, our alternative care site that we had been hosting and most recently doing in partnership with Flagstaff Shelter Services. I had been informing the board that we were working on a transition plan for that. That transition has occurred, and the sheltering for those who are COVID positive, Catholic Charities is taking the lead on that. They are actually now receiving the intake calls and have funding that they are putting folks up into hotels that are maybe being referred from hospital locations and the other referral sources that have been referring all along. Flagstaff Shelter Services continues to provide sheltering for those that are medically vulnerable individuals at the hotels for the next couple of months as well. That's not specifically related to new positive cases. So we think we have worked out a great transition. The county is still going to be providing the biohazard cleaning of those hotel rooms, and Catholic Charities is communicating with our team, but we have officially transitioned to this model at this time in the response. Also looking at the call center calls have dropped off significantly. And so we are looking at a transition to bringing the call center response more into an HHS staffing model under our COVID response. So we're finalizing some of that. Nothing will change for the public. The number will be the same, when we will still be routing and answering calls to our community, just doing it in a different model and a different scaled version of that model. And then, as I had indicated before, working to transition out of our Fort Tuthill footprint and operations, our FEMA deployment will be ending on May 21st. And as we are working towards that date, we are continuing to shift vaccinations. We are still providing all the second dose appointments that we have been providing out at Tuthill, and still continue to serve walk-ins. We have shifted to a model and transition of Moderna or second dose anywhere model. In talking to all of our partners, vaccine partners, they are all on board with us as well. And ultimately, anyone who gets a first dose appointment with Moderna can go to any of the numerous providers which we have on our website to be able to book an appointment or attend a walk-in location to receive their second dose when it is time and they are due. We'll also be looking at bringing in-house some at our clinic here at HHS, some vaccination dates as well for people who are due for their second dose. So lots of great work going on. The team is amazing and continues to be as we work through the transitions with respect to the vaccinations and our call center and of course the hotel operations. And the last piece, the transition that I wanted to speak about before going to the board for questions is also speak about testing transitions. You all are aware that NAU has been doing their mitigation testing at the NAU Fieldhouse location. That is scheduled to end on May 7th at that site and with the partnership with the ASU saliva-based testing. What I will say is we are continuing to have conversations with ADHS and NAU, as well as Premier Medical Group and others about a potential for something to continue throughout the summer at NAU. Not sure how that's going to play out yet, but there are discussions going on. We have the CCC, Coconino Community College site, and ASU site is still operational 6 days a week at CCC. I know the county manager Peru had spoken with President Smith at CCC and has been told that we can continue to utilize that site all the way through July if that is what can be arranged. And at this point in time, initial conversations with ASU is that they will be continuing testing through at least May, having some other conversation with them about extending that. And at the same time, whether or not that works, also continue discussions with ASU, NAU, and ADHS for an actual transition plan for testing. I've stressed repeatedly with not only ADHS, but also ASU and our other partners, the importance of having free testing available. There's lots of testing out there. People can go get a rapid test at pretty much any pharmacy, walk-in clinic and such, but those all come with some associated cost, and wanting to have some availability remaining in our community. Certainly Canyonlands and Embry Health continues to provide free testing up in the Page area. North Country Healthcare continues to provide testing availability at their clinics in both Williams and in Tucson or at the Grand Canyon. But there's also a lot of other developments going on with respect to testing, and the state is currently in contract negotiations looking at a statewide school pooled testing contract, which is really exciting, at least from my perspective, as one that this would be something that's actually managed at a statewide process, which that's probably the part I love the most, initially speaking. But this is really about providing additional testing right in the schools. The pooled testing concept is that you have a classroom, you can have this be something that's really simply administered, where the students all swab, and or saliva based, and it all goes in. It's actually what the model they're looking at is a simple self-administered swab. They all go into one vial that then gets tested, and if any positivity shows up, then there's the ability to go back and do additional testing and surveillance and monitoring on that. So that is a contract the state is working on, which will be incredible for all of schools K through 12. That will include all private, public, charter and private schools is their plan. It's in negotiations, so we hope to hear more soon. And then the state has also just informed me on a call yesterday that they are also looking at purchasing a bunch of other types of self-administered at-home testing kits that are going to be available to our Health and Human Services Department that we will be able to administer throughout the county. So lots of other great transition things in the works that I will bring more details as we have them. But just want the board to know that certainly it remains absolutely important to us at HHS that we continue to have testing options and ultimately free testing options throughout our county. And we continue to work towards that to make that happen. So with that, that is all of my prepared information. So Chair Ryan, I'd be happy to entertain any questions of the board at this time.
Okay, let's go to the board. Questions from the board. Looks like I'm going to go with Supervisor Vasquez, and then I'll go with Supervisor Horstman.
Oh, thank you, Chair Ryan. Well, I just want to start off by saying thank you, Ms. Musselman, for all your hard work and your efforts. It's truly appreciated in the community, and the numbers are showing the proof in the pudding. You know, like we're getting that 45% vaccination rate. That's really exciting, and you know we just got to keep pushing. So I really applaud your efforts and thank you for working with and being open with new partnerships, and look forward to seeing those new clinics kind of take off. You know, because right now, you know, like we said, it's the easiest to get vaccinated, but we still need to make it as easy as possible for people to get vaccinated. And so these pop-up clinics, I'm really excited about them. I think they're going to have some good results, and I look forward to talking to you further about how we can have more of them. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Patrice.
Yes, thanks, Kim. And as always, you and your staff there just are rocking this for our community. And thank you so much for that. And now the hard part begins, right? We've got to get that remaining 50% to get vaccinated. And one of the questions I have to ask you is, have you noticed a slowdown in the numbers wanting to come and get vaccinated? You know, I live across from the Elks Club, and I've certainly noticed a slowdown there. And what are you seeing?
So thank you, Supervisor Horstman, Chair Ryan. So yes, and let me speak specifically to the Elks Lodge because I wasn't clear about this. So the Elks Lodge operation, today is their last day. They were only administering second dose Moderna vaccine through today. They have been scaling that back. And in fact, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine that they had originally had and had intended to administer not only here, but also in Yavapai and Sedona, which I know part of that is in Coconino County, we're going to be transferring that vaccine to other providers. So they will be completely done with their operation there at the Elks Lodge. And yes, Supervisor, there's definitely been a significant slowdown in folks wanting to be vaccinated or that are just arriving there. And again, I think it's also really about how we're approaching this now, that it is, I was reading on something over the weekend, and it was likened to the folks that got vaccinated to this point are the folks that would be the people that stood outside the Apple store waiting for the new release. And now, although I will have to admit, like that is not me, but that I've never stood outside waiting for a new release or doing the Thursday, day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday shopping. But with that being said, now we're looking at the other group of folks who it's about it being, is this something that I need to do today? And so how are we really making it about that convenience factor? And also, from my perspective as well, really how we're communicating again that with the variants, with the other things that are out there, vaccinations really are our path to getting back to normal. And I think as you start to see some of the other things coming out of the CDC, there should be something being released later today from the CDC regarding masking and outdoors, limiting some of that need for that. It hasn't been officially released yet, and we're waiting for that, and we will be adapting our information accordingly. But again, it really goes to that emphasis of if you're vaccinated, all of these other kinds of things get to start going away. And so it's really, how do we help others understand if they're hesitant for whatever reason, how to bring them along with us in terms of being part of that total group of us that are all wanting and willing to be vaccinated and get life back to some semblance of normal.
And I know Supervisor Vasquez has been working, especially in, hard to reach communities, Hispanic communities within Coconino County. And I know it's important for all of us to make sure we are up on our social media, getting the message out everywhere. Time I go anywhere, I always say, have you been vaccinated? And, trying to encourage that. And I know that there are members in our business community that are looking forward to jumping on and joining our efforts to getting our community vaccinated. So I look forward to getting the information, Director Musselman, from you and your team, and moving forward on that, and having the business community play their role in a partnership with us as well. So thank you, and I look forward to receiving that information.
Thank you, Supervisor.
All right. Others from the board? Oh, go ahead, Steve.
No, I just wanted to follow up with Supervisor Horstman's comment regarding the connection with the business community. And so we did have a conversation with Supervisor Horstman on how we can engage the business community. We did have a meeting yesterday, Kim, myself, Alex, and Eric in Public Affairs to look at developing a business campaign, if you will, kind of a promotional campaign that focuses in on, of course, the important COVID messages, but also how the business community can help us in getting the word out through some of their customer outreaches regarding their individual businesses. And that's a really important opportunity, because when we look at public health, public health has much of their success has been in the area of promotion. And so promoting, various health causes from healthy eating to just vaccinations in general, you name it, car seats and child safety promotions as well. So it certainly is a sweet spot when we look at the role of public health and local government to roll this out in a partnership and encouraging and asking for business involvement and helping us get the word out relative to our strong COVID messages. So thank you.
All right. That's great to hear. Other board members? Well, I'm not hearing from others. Just quickly, Kim, so with Premier Medical Group, kind of what we heard the other day when they were opening the pod, that they, had some level of potential interest in joining us on, what are you calling them? The hub and spoke, they're calling it, getting out to the communities. Because it begs the question also, with them coming in, they have Pfizer, and we see school age kids 16, 18 and parents interested in have their kids vaccinated. Let me try this again. I'm thinking that you're exploring conversations with them, but have you gotten anywhere with that, or?
So at this point, Chair Ryan, thank you for that question. We're kind of in this weird space right now where there is an open solicitation with ADHS and a contract situation that hasn't been fully vetted yet or closed the loop on. So we are definitely ready to go when and if that plays out in that way. And even if it doesn't with Premier Medical Group, I assure each of you that the commitment from the HHS level is we've got other things in the works, including some of these other mobile vaccination grants that we were able to secure. We're still waiting to get the van, the mobile vaccination van, that it was part of that grant, that we're continuing to work with Public Works on getting that procured, because we're going to need that not just now, but going into the future and into fall. And we're also in the process of hiring additional nursing staff and others to fully take over that operation. I shouldn't say take over, but be able to continue to perpetuate that operation. So we're kind of working on multi-tiers right now of if we can capitalize on the PMG and the state pod location, right now in these next couple of months, and then also be building our structure, if you will, so that we can carry this on through the summer and into the fall and into next year. As we know, we're going to be in this for the long haul, in some way, shape, and form. So we're trying to lay that foundation. I am very hopeful that in the next couple of weeks, we're going to have a little bit better picture that I'll be able to share with you, and ultimately have a commitment from the state as well. As I said to you already, we're going to get some Pfizer transferred to us by Friday so that we can take it to Williams, and that will be HHS taking that. And so the state has already agreed that that is something that we can do, and are happy to support. And we're going to look forward to doing that even more throughout the rest of the county as well. Oh, Chair Ryan, you're on mute.
Guilty again. That's good news, just from that interest level. And obviously, if we'll find out other products if they become available for a younger population when they do. But the other piece, and I appreciate it, just that emphasis of we definitely want to make sure that testing is still available for folks, particularly as we have transitions occurring and gearing down. By the same token, vaccinations as well. So it sounds like you're already having those conversations, but definitely a point that I think we'll all, I hope we would all, and I would think we definitely want to make sure that that's there so our folks can get access to these. As you noted, it's a way of opening up the population and having regular activities. So it looks like I have Vice Chair Fowler up there. Oh, she went away. Are you out there, Alina? Did you want to comment? I know I got to talking so much, it just kind of faded away there. Go ahead, Lena.
Thank you. So I just want, well, thank you. Thank you for everything that you're doing and your team. We traveled out to the North Rim kayak area, and there are so many people that Lee's Ferry, it's completely packed. Forest Service is saying that they have an increase in visitors. So people are traveling into our region, and how do we reach them and make sure to carry them, provide the message to the businesses on how to provide safe services. There are, and our visitors are just going to increase. So just how do we reach them? And if someone is from out of state or someone not from our region, can they get a vaccine?
Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler, for mentioning that, because I neglected to say that in my actual overview. Absolutely. That's one of the things that we just as a team yesterday we're talking about. There are no restrictions at this time to be only a Coconino resident. We want everyone, and we recognize that we are a huge tourist destination, and really looking at how do we encourage folks when they are in town, if they can get a vaccine, whether they're even from out of state, and it's more convenient, and we have the vaccine available, that we want to encourage everyone to get vaccinated. And especially as the vaccine is becoming more available even across the country, even if they get their first dose here, they can go home, wherever home is, and access a second dose of that vaccine. And so we will be working on helping share that message as well. And I appreciate your comment of, with how do we help the business community also help share that message. I think that is important, and in all corners of our county, because we are such a huge tourist destination, and we want everyone. This isn't just about getting Coconino County residents vaccinated anymore, and especially in light of the tourist season. And I know with the NAU graduation and other graduations happening, that's one of the pushes that they're making as your families come to help you move out and go back wherever it is. What a better time than everybody go get vaccinated. And maybe we also have some influence from parents helping convince their kids to do so as well. So thank you for mentioning that. And I would also just want to mention Vice Chair Fowler and Supervisor Begay as well. One of the exciting things with respect to the vaccine rollout on our tribal lands and Navajo Nation in particular, and having over 50% of the population vaccinated, truly leading the way, and which is allowing for other things to start to open up and become more available. And so again, just that testament to the importance of getting everybody vaccinated, and your work in helping promote that as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And so all of our partners now have enough vaccines. They don't have to ration per se the vaccines anymore.
Correct. And they can ask, there's been now multiple weeks where where I have let the state know that we needed less vaccine because our partners and the ability to utilize it and not have it just sitting stockpiled. We were putting it back down to other areas that didn't have it as readily available. So yes, every partner entity, including all of our pharmacy partners who just continue to expand, all have access to adequate vaccine and can certainly continue to ask the county for allocation. And in May, it's actually going to be shifting where for Moderna in particular, that each individual entity is going to be able to make their own order. The county will stop doing that part of the allocation. We will still continue it for Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson until it becomes as readily accessible as Moderna has become.
Thank you. And thank you for your information about the schools. There was a breakout, or there was a case in school. And so I'm really happy to learn that they are now being vaxxed. They will be in the process, I guess, of being vaccinated, all of them of age being vaccinated. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions or comments from the
Hello.
board? Go ahead, Judy. Yes.
Yeah, I guess a lot of things that have been discussed is things that, we all are concerned about, and also to ensure that, we do partnerships and stuff like that. I have a question to Kim here. And first of all, I just like to say thank you, Kim, for your staff and, in the direction that you're taking us, very positive and encouraging. And I'm happy to be, part of this endeavor. So I'm not sure about how much of our people that are in facilities, elderly facilities, have gotten their shots. I know that some places do and some places don't, from what I understand. So, and some people are getting their shots in the home on the reservation right now, especially the ones that are in wheelchairs and bedridden or whatever. So I'm not sure if we're really exploring that, or it's already being done, or that's my question to you, Kim.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Happy to answer that. With respect to the assisted living facilities and long-term care facilities, the federal pharmacy program has completed all of their 3 rounds of vaccination. Now, keeping in mind, obviously new residents and others come in, as well as new employees. So we are working closely with our facilities in Coconino County so that we can help link them, whether it's something that we actually provide access to directly out of HHS, or other partner entities who are willing to go into the facilities and vaccinate when there's 1 or 2 new clients, patients that get admitted that don't have vaccination. So we're very much aware of that, and also working with our health plans as well. We've recently received, Mike has done a phenomenal job heading this up in terms of getting the information from our health plans regarding homebound individuals throughout the entire county. We have a list of about 50 or so that we're going to be reaching out to, and ultimately creating a schedule of the ability to either one of our teams, or in partnership with one of our other health partners, to make arrangements to go do some of that vaccination in some of those homebound settings. So absolutely, thank you for the question. And that is very much on our radar, and we are working with all of those entities to make sure that we are helping bridge that gap.
Thank you.
There we go. Turn my microphone on. All right. Comprehensive, always changing. Thank you, Kim. And as noted by everybody, we know you got a whole team behind you. They're working very hard. We certainly appreciate all the work that they're doing right now. And yes, to the people out there, get vaccinated. We definitely need you to do that. That'd be wonderful. So with that, I think we'll end that item, and that was item number 26. Next item that we have up is item 27, discussion update, possible direction of staff regarding state and federal legislation and administrative affairs. Did you want to kick this off, Steve, and then turn to Eric? Okay, looks like I got
right to Eric is good. Thank you.
Okay, all right, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Eric Peterson, Public Affairs Director. Just a couple notes for you. Obviously, couple things here. Yesterday, we did get some news from the census on redistricting that does affect our county's advocacy with the IRC. The initial numbers for apportionment only, not for redistricting that we will do for both the county and across the state, but the designation of seats in Congress, those census numbers were released. Arizona did not grow at a rate sufficient to gain a 10th congressional seat under the data released by the Census Bureau yesterday. So we will not have an expansion of the congressional delegation for the next 10 years under those numbers. The IRC will have to redistrict the 9 current districts based on the population data. That data for redistricting will come late September into October for the redistricting process. So that's big news. I wanted to make you aware on the federal side. And then Chairman Ryan, I just have one more quick update, or we can take questions and split it up, your choice.
Okay, go for the update.
The other update, I mentioned it on my report that was emailed out to you all, is that the legislature's under pretty easy calendar this month, this week. They had about 10 bills up yesterday in the Senate. I think they have 3 today. We obviously have the state budget conversations happening, but there has been no release or no indication yet on where things are going. And then the Maricopa audit is also taking some political wins out of the legislature's progress. However, I do want to report on HB 2700, the salary bill. I did not know that I would ever see this in my time in Coconino County, but the Senate yesterday passed the salary bill 22-7 on a bipartisan vote, with both Democrats and Republicans voting for and some voting against. Again, 22-7. It must go back to the House for final concurrence on the floor amendments. Just to be very clear, all elected officials, the 7 constitutional officers, the members of the board, it is a straight $20,000 increase starting in the next term. Obviously does not affect until the next term, but that bill is facing one more quick vote in the House, which is expected to pass, and then the governor's action. And I'll just say much credit to the ACO coalition. They really have done a lot of work on this bill. So I wanted to give you that update since not much is happening, but that one obviously does affect the county world, and it did pass yesterday, 22-7. So, Mr. Chairman, that is my my brief updates for you as we look ahead to next week in budget process, and we'll make sure going forward, Claire and our team with Bob and Anna and Todd are prepared to bring you our weekly updates as we have in the past. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. And before I go to comments or questions, we got a big highlight there. WIR, we have Supervisor Horstman, who won her election in County Supervisors Association as a non-voting member, but actually a very important seat that she steps into. And turn to both Patrice and Eric. Patrice, you want to comment?
Well, first of all, thank everybody for attending the CSA board meeting and voting or giving Matt your proxy. And I'm looking forward to joining Richard Lunt, who is the voting member for WIR. And first up in the end of May, we'll be going to Montana for our board meeting and looking forward to meeting the supervisors and commissioners from the Western states who are working hard on public lands and public lands issues. So thank you, all of you, and Chair Ryan, for encouraging me to throw my hat or my cowboy boot in the ring, I guess. So thank you so much.
Wow. I'm glad you're going to be able to do that. It looks like we have Vice Chair Fowler out there. Go ahead, Lena.
I just want to thank Patrice, Supervisor Horseman, for putting herself into the position and willing to run for the position, and getting elected into that position is such an important one. We want to make sure that we're involved. It's just not the forests. There are many issues throughout the public lands. WIR tends to narrow the conversations, but we need to make sure that it's expansive, because we're dealing with issues on all fronts. And so I just want to thank you for getting involved and being able to be our voice out there. There are issues that we carry, and we just need to make sure that we're at the table at all of these places and all of these NACO positions at the national level, state level, and local level. So just want to thank you again for that. Thank you, Eric, with you and your team. Really appreciate Todd and also Bob and Anna. Please express our appreciation. Really appreciate them making sure that they're following providing us what we need to know, so that we can take action on a timely basis from here. So thank you so much.
All right. Looks like Geronimo's up. Go ahead, Geronimo.
Oh, I just wanted to congratulate Supervisor Horstman on her victory, and it's nice to see her up there and throw her hat in the ring. And so just really pleased for her. And like Supervisor Fowler said, it's great to have that representation for Coconino County. Listening to her describe to the statewide group about Coconino County and all of the different diversity there, it was really cool to hear that and listen to that about our county. So I'm really excited for you. Thank you for jumping in and taking on that responsibility.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead, Judy.
Supervisor Fowler, too.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
It was so funny. Patrice was saying I threw my hat in for NFR. I said, NFR, what is NFR? And I guess she meant WIR. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, National Finals Rodeo. But anyway, I was happy to be part of that meeting. And so when the motion came, I quickly jumped in there and I made a motion to approve or make a nomination for her. So that was exciting. I was really happy with that. And I was so happy that she got it. And that, I know there are a lot of WIR issues at hand that will be most likely affecting us at this level and down to the local level. So I just want to say thank you to Patrice, for stepping up and, wanting to take that role, because you will be advocating for our people and the county overall. And then also with Eric, thank you for giving us this legislative update. It's going to be, we're always glad. I'm always looking forward to these kind of updates. And so I just want to say thank you to you and your staff, for giving us the information all the time. So congratulations, Patrice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I may, Chair Ryan, is this Eric Peterson's last day giving us this update, or are we going to see him one more time with an update?
You're muted, Eric.
I went on mute. So Mr. Chairman, Madam Supervisor, this is my last legislative report for you. I will be on the board meetings next week with the budget, but we don't have a normal board agenda. So
with that clarification, I would like to a big thank you, Eric. It has been, in a very short period of time that I've been on the board, an absolute pleasure working with you. You have been such an asset to the county. You have kept us updated, informed, and I so appreciate what you have done here for our community, for us here on the board, for those here in Coconino County, and certainly for our community. So thank you. I wish you well. All the best of luck to you and getting closer to your family. And, you know, certainly that's what's important. So again, thanks so much. It's really been great. We're going to miss you.
Looks like I have Vice Chair Fowler up. Go ahead, Lena.
Eric, thank you. All the projects that we've been working on. It's just, what a great team we are, and we will, I guess, continue to be in other ways, but just really want to appreciate what you have done. Just thinking about just District 5 alone, just that alone, what we have moved forward from the time that you had come to now, you know, just the difference that you have made, just District 5, not to mention the rest of the county, but just really just, their lobbying and being able to introduce a bill. We didn't know if we could do that, and he actually made it happen. And just want to really appreciate your just how you put your heart and your care into the work that you do on behalf of citizens. And I have to say citizens because you work with everybody the same way, and just really have moved this county forward. And I'm gonna really miss you. You're a great writer, great speaker, very charismatic. Took over to Zoom like nothing. You just are, you know, and we've done videos together, we've done proposals together, wrote a bill together, we lobbied together, we've traveled together, we've organized events together, and just want to just appreciate you. And I know I speak for Supervisor Archuleta and Supervisor Babbitt. If they were here, they'd be telling you the same thing. And of course, Matt is here, so don't listen to Matt. So thank you so much. Thank you, Eric. Thank you to you and your family.
Go ahead, Geronimo.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to, since we're taking this opportunity, I would just want to thank you, Eric, for all your hard work. I have appreciated your online presence. I mean, you were the person I talked to when I was interviewing for the appointment. So you were the first person I talked to online for the county, you know, but I also wanted to recognize how well you were able to make the legislative agenda clear. Like for someone like me coming in, getting bombarded by all the different legislative bills out there and all that, I really appreciated how you broke it down for us and made it very clear and easy to understand for me being a newbie, but also for the community out there. And so I just wanted to recognize your great ability to share this complex information in a very clear and concise way. And so, you know, we're going to miss you. Good luck moving forward, you know, and I really appreciate everything you've done for Coconino County while you've been here, and then especially during the time that I've been here. Thank you for your service.
All right. So yeah, I didn't come with prepared comments, but I can, you know, I work very closely with Eric, being the LPC representative for the board, but government affairs, just a critical position for so many different areas that we work in, and it's an art. It takes special, you know, special circumstances, special approaches. I mean, the WIR piece, as an example, Eric worked together with Patrice to line up both the first and second, because we have conservative factions out there that may or may not always agree with where we are on public lands, but going out and meeting them, providing the opportunity for Patrice to speak to everybody, which is really good. That's a very small piece, a tip of the iceberg for everything. Working at legislative level, similar idea, we might be considered a little bit more liberal in our thinking, while we have a little bit more of a conservative state. And how do you work together? How do you get legislation done? Very unique. You can't just go in full bore on purity of concept. It's working together with people. But there is an art form, understanding how to go about it, how to approach people, how to build acceptance of what may have been perceived as thoughts that may not be consistent with others' ideologies, to getting them to buy into what we want to do and how to do it. Eric's just an artist in doing it. You've been phenomenal, Eric. And not just a all-around good guy. Just really appreciate so much that you've done. You are irreplaceable. I will say that. And yet, you know, you're going for the right reason, to be there with family, number one in priority. So thank you so much for everything that you've done. That this isn't the end of the thank you. It's just the very beginning. This being your last legislative piece. For us. All right.
Thank you very much.
And we support you, whatever you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm still mad at you, and I'll cry, and yeah. Uh-oh. I see that sarcastic look of our county manager, Mr. Steve Peru. There he is.
Yeah, his box is right next to here on the Brady Bunch box. I'm like giving it this flare.
Yeah. That's right.
No,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna send him off in good style next week, and so we'll do a break from normal programming to break into the the events for next week to give him an appropriate send off. So again, he's the best. So thank you, Eric. So
thank you very much. On my report, Mr. Chair and County Manager, that's all my report. I do know, and I think there was a desire to have Jay Smith discuss some of the old growth issues on Fore Fry. I don't know if that's within the county manager report or not, but I did bring Jay up, so he's prepared to do that whenever you're ready, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, we can do that at this time if that's your preference.
Okay, and just a little bit of introduction to this, and I'll have Patrice and Lena hop on associated with it also. There is, you know, there's been some scrutiny associated with the North Kaibab. They've already had been through NEPA processes or implementing. There has been some question as to how they're approaching it and what's going on associated with it. There was a request that we potentially opine on what's going on. But, you know, I think most important thing was before we offer any opinion, it's very important. Jay is our you know, an expertise in forestry, definitely on the forefront of this. It seemed to make sense to have Jay go up and take a look at what was going on with the North Kaibab. I don't know, before we bring you up, Jay, did Patrice or Lena, did you want to comment on this, or do you want to wait for Jay to give this report?
No, Jay and I made our visit and met with Randall there. North Kaibab is in my district, and I pretty much have a close contact with them.
All right.
And this is a matter that's come up with Fore Fry as well, which of course, on behalf of the board, I sit on Fore Fry, and so does Jay. And so I'm sure Jay has got more than enough information, and I really look forward to talking to Supervisor Fowler on her visit up there. So I'm really glad you were able to do that. Thank you.
All right. Okay, go ahead, Jay.
Sure. So just to give you even a little bit more background, and thank you, Chair Ryan, for allowing me to have the time here and board. So this is a NEPA that it's almost 20 years old. And in 2012, it was approved. And then in 2013, or 2012, 2013, there was litigation against it by certain groups, and the courts found it for the Forest Service to allow them to move forward, that it met the science that was available at the time. So in 2013, that was all gone through the court system. So this is a very long process for this. It's a large timber sale area, several like 20 some plus thousand acres. And there's very little industry up there. So it's going fairly slowly. I think there's 2 logging companies that are working on the contract are cutting 600 acres a year, maybe up to 800 acres a year. So not very much, moving very quickly. But this last year in January, December, January, there was some concern. There was a group up there looking at what was being cut. And there's a lot of old growth that exists on the North Kaibab just due to the way the history of logging up there. They didn't have the railroad system like we do down here. They don't have the markets, so a lot more old growth growing in that area. So what I did yesterday was I met with Duke Reedhead, who owns the contract and the sawmill, just to get his opinion, get his feeling for it, talk to him about it, you know, and he's willing to work with and even remove some of the larger volume. And his concern is that, you know, if we give him an inch, will they take a mile? You know, he has to stay viable as an industry. He employs up to 35 people, which is the largest NGO employer in the Fredonia area. So he is concerned about his business, but also the science of it all. You know, when we went out and looked with the district ranger, we made sure that I got to see what areas were of concern and to go out and I took plots, really looked at what's going on. You know, I think there are ways the Forest Service could improve what they're doing out there, but I think some of the depiction that's happened in the near past here that's been going with the 4 or 5 stakeholder group has been a little bit misleading as well. So they have set up a tour for either the last week of May or the first week of June. Really, I think that is going to help us move forward a little bit with understanding. I've spoke with the Ecological Restoration Institute as well. You know, the science right here, we lack data. We lack really understanding because I am the only one, Lena and I are the only ones that have gone up there and put boots on the ground and looked at what's going on. The rest of these groups are just kind of reacting to information that they're getting. So by seeing it, knowing what's happening, yeah, I think there's room for improvement, but I also think there's a little bit more data that needs to be collected. I think this tour will really help get people all on the same page and work toward a solution. There's been a little bit of hesitation from the groups that are worried and complaining about what's going on. They're not really working to collaborate very well. So we really need to, that maybe a role that we can play as a county is bringing people in through Supervisor Fowler, bringing people together to collaborate and work together on a solution that meets the goals of everybody. And I think my recommendation would be at this time that the board would really want to wait until we have that tour, until we can get that greater information, greater understanding as a group, as a 4 or 5 stakeholder group, as a county, and then we can make some decisions on whether, as a board, you guys want to move forward with any kind of letter or something to the Forest Service showing any concerns that we may have at that point.
So, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Lena.
Thank you, Jay. I asked Jay to go to the North Rim because I don't, you know, we are the board of directors. We are the board of supervisors. We do not just react to react. These are happening, issues are in our county. We have to operate with what is right before us. And so we have our own expert on staff for this kind of matter. We cannot just react. And we took a tour with the district ranger, and both Jay and the district ranger, they are both in agreement that the old growth it's just everywhere. It's not, they kept saying it's not like fry. So I believe that if any supervisor wants to have any, wants to weigh in on this, please go on this tour that is being arranged there and learn more about the forest health in that region. So you can't just keep all the old growth standing and cut all the little ones. there's a management that is in play, and I took a lot of photos with Jay and his penny standing out there saying that this is, measuring the density and saying that, yes, this is right. So I think that we need to make sure that we stay as a Board of Supervisors, not just to, flow with the opinions of outside. Yes, sometimes if it's the right opinion, we can do that. But I think we need to investigate on our own. We have staff that do recommend, and I think we need to work with our local agencies as well. Just like our district. This isn't my district. I know the rangers there. I know the agencies there, just as you all know your district and foresters in your district. So I would just add that, and really appreciate Jay going there and doing his measurements and seeing what is going on the ground and agreeing with the forest supervisors out there.
So, I know, so I had a chance to talk to Jay a little bit earlier here. Hey, Jay, I think you're giving feedback. Could you put it on mute there? Yeah, that works really well. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, and as I understand, and correct me if I get anything wrong on this, Jay. Well, one foundation of what we've done through the collaborative, whether it's with FORFRY at a broader regional level, when we work on issues, it is a collaboration. It is a desire to work with science and have discussions. If anything, my understanding is there are a lot of questions associated with it because it's a different dynamic, the way the behavior of the forest, the ecosystem is, and so it begs for a different look at what's going on to just look at it as it's the same as other areas. That is a piece of the question that's already out there. Based on the conversation I have with you, Jay, I would assume with that, there's also a question of, getting boots on the ground, having people actually collaborate, work together, go up there, take a look at it. And so based on that, for the sake of our board, I would agree and suggest that we provide that opportunity, but also as a partner within the FORFRY, and I'll defer to you, Patrice, as you stepped into that role. But what we've done over time is we've done this as a collaborative with the FORFRY. So I encourage the collaborative to pause for a moment, not just act quickly, but unique circumstance, different dynamics. Let's get others up there to take a look at it. And I would encourage.
Mr. Chair, let's remember that the North Kaibab is not part of the FORFRY.
I take that as a piece of that. I respect that as the district, also from the sake of the county and how we've worked together in a broader sense, even beyond the FORFRY. It's working with various entities in a similar type of conversation where it is a science-based discussion. So, I compliment you, Supervisor Fowler, in bringing Jay up, suggesting that we do apply science as we listen, as there are groups that are, there's a desire to move forward with an action. And I think it's one that maybe it might be, there's a potential for that to be premature. And so it makes sense. Let's get people to take a look at it. There are broader agencies involved in this that maybe historically had a different approach, may have used things, may have gone into litigation. But since we've built broader conversations, that group is suggesting we take an opinion associated with it. I think it's worthy of us saying, well, hang on a second. That's not how we've worked together with you. Not only that, going beyond that and suggesting that we have an opinion on this other area, we've always founded it on collaboration and science. Let's do that. I hear you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Horstman?
And if I may, I want to compliment Supervisor Fowler and Jay Smith. I mean, talk about putting boots on the ground immediately. They did it. And that I'm very disappointed, Jay, to hear that other members of Forefry that have been so vocal during the Forefry stakeholders group that they have not availed themselves to it. And Supervisor Fowler, I can't think of a better way to spend a day than go out there with you to the North Kaibab and take a look at that. So I hope we're able to do that sometime after our hearing is over. It's just such a beautiful part of our county, such a beautiful part of our world. And thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for getting out there and taking a look at it in your district. And Jay, as always, I appreciate your expertise and your background. So, and certainly nobody, I don't think, is going to do anything until we get the science and get the information and get direction from the board. So thanks again, and to both of you for getting out there and taking a look at this.
Yeah, and just a note, Forefry has an intent of taking a position tomorrow. That's where suggestion as being one of the partners of Forefry. It's an opportunity for Supervisor Horstman and Jay to bring the conversation back to them in that way. And I think where you've gone, Supervisor Fowler, is you suggested the pause for the appropriate reason, and it's a great opportunity. For other board members, you okay with us moving in this direction?
Yes, Chair Ryan,
Okay.
I'm comfortable with this movement forward.
Supervisor Begay?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Fantastic. Good idea, Lena. Very good.
Thank you, Mr.
And-
Chair.
All right, Jay, thank you for all your work on this, and Patrice and Jay, any way that we can help you tomorrow, you're on the forefront. You'll be able to advise us. Appreciate it. All right. And so, see, I was just trying to carry that conversation out, so I would limit Manager Peru in his commentary. Since he's next now. Go ahead, Steve. I'm using levity here, probably poorly, but
no, it's good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, I just wanted to do one announcement. Of course, tomorrow, tomorrow at 4, we're doing a joint meeting with the City Council. The items, and you will have received a packet. We'll be doing the county will be doing a COVID-19 update on vaccination numbers and sites. We'll also then be receiving an update from city staff on the city's response to the passage of the Smart and Safe Arizona Act, Prop 207. Of course, it's the legalized recreational marijuana. Then the county staff and flood control staff will be making a presentation on the impacts of the 2019 fire and post-wildfire flood threat analysis and impacts to downstream communities. And again, this will be being made by county staff in collaboration with city staff, of course. And then from there, coordination on the regional plan for 2045. This will be a city-led discussion, of course, will involve county staff as well. And then a discussion, if time is available, on the jointly funded dark sky specialist position. And this will be both a county and city staff presentation. And so again, this is a joint city-county governance meeting tomorrow at 4 p.m. And that is all I'm gonna report at this time, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
All right. So that was from County Manager, and we're almost at 12 o'clock. We're slated to, our next item was supposed to be 11:45 to 12 o'clock, but we had this last minute discussion associated with the Forefry that bubbled in. We have an opportunity to carry that later on in the discussion. Before I do, we have about 3 minutes. If there's like an imminent piece that a board member wants to bring up, time certain, that sometimes roundtable gets shortened so much, and you might have a very important item that definitely needs to be brought up. We will visit it later, but just in case, is there anything board members want to bring up with roundtable? All right, I'm not seeing anybody bubble up. We're at, basically 12 o'clock. We're scheduled to be back at 1:15. We'll carry item 29 till later in the evening, and we'll have an opportunity to take lunch at this point. So thank you, everybody. A lot of great work that's been done, and we'll see you back at 1:15.
Good.
Hi, Tom. Good to see you, Judge Slayton.
Hi, Supervisor. How are you?
Good. Good to see you both. Thanks for being here.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks for asking.
Hey, Tom, would you test your microphone? It sounded almost like you were echoing. I don't know if,
Yes, I'm hearing the same thing.
there you go. Now it's good.
Okay, good.
Hey, Tom.
Hi, Steve.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Good. Hey, Joanne.
Steve, it just looks like we're waiting for the chair, vice chair, and Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Hi, everyone. I'm here. This is Lena.
Hi, Supervisor. How are you? So we have 2, 3. Let me text Matt.
Hello, Judge. Hi, Thomas.
Hi, Supervisor. How have you been?
Very good. Thank you.
Great.
There it is. Got to push all the right buttons here. Goodness gracious. Sorry, guys. My rapt attention to the reading in our book has distracted me and caused me to go through a momentary mental lapse and not be on time here. And I'm sticking to that story. Well, anyway, here we are. Let's double check, make sure we have all board members, probably everybody but me, huh? Patrice?
I'm here. Good afternoon.
All right, I see Geronimo there. All right, Lena? Yep, there you are. And Judy, out there?
See, I don't see her here.
Okay.
We're getting some feedback, so if folks can mute your phone.
You're
You're
kind of,
echoing, Steve.
yes. But probably, yeah, Judy's, she's contacting by phone and she may be in and out also. So with that, we are on item number 30. It's a presentation and discussion regarding an update on the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council and the Technical Assistance Project. And I'll probably, I recognize the judge out there, and I think Steve might do an introduction real quick, and then I suspect we'll go to you after that, Judge. So welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We want to welcome, of course, today with us Judge Dan Slayton, presiding judge of Superior Court for Coconino County. And so, Judge Slayton, do you want to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So first of all, I want to start out by thanking Justice Management Institute, specifically Tom Everly and Amy Wickman. They were with us when we first started the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council approximately 20 years ago. And because of their expertise, because of their history with us, and because of the perspectives that they hold, before Deputy County Manager Marie Peoples left, one of the things that we talked about was we felt like that the CJCC had reached a point at which we needed a really, really good reevaluation of where we are and were as the CJCC, and a really good evaluation on the kinds of on how the CJCC should look like in order to serve the county better. And so we went right back to our roots with JMI, as well as Tom and Amy. And I will tell you, it has been, their assistance has just been absolutely invaluable. We've been very, very fortunate to have their perspective, their experience, their overlook over all of the CJCCs throughout the United States, and what they've been able to give us and what they've enabled us to see, I think ultimately is going to do and be valuable for the CJCC. So having said that, I'd like to turn it over to Thomas. And,
if I could do real quick, Judge, before we turn it over to Tom, I do want to introduce back Joanne Keene, who's been managing the project from the manager's office the last few months. And so I'm going to ask kind of to pivot to Joanne, and then we'll bounce back to Thomas, if that's okay, Judge.
Sure.
Thank you. Your voice is not coming through, Joanne. Try it again. No volume yet, Joanne. Nothing. Okay, so we'll give us one moment, Mr. Chairman, and we'll be right back. Tom, you're right up next. So Joanne is going to reconnect and see if that improves her audio.
So County Manager Peru, what is the most often used phrase for 2020?
You're muted.
You're muted. That's exactly right.
Try it again, Joanne.
Most often used phrase, reboot.
Reboot.
Is that better?
You're on.
You know, I tested all of this during lunch and it was working perfectly. So I apologize. You know, I don't have much to add. I just, you know, as Judge Slayton mentioned, JMI was brought on in November. The board actually approved the contract with JMI in November. And with the departure of Marie Peoples, I've taken on kind of the role of working with Tom and Amy, and it's been just a pleasure to see what they've brought to this project. I'll turn it over to Tom. One thing I would just, you know, I would just like to say is that this is a presentation to the board. They're also planning on giving a presentation to the city council as well, just on the work that they've done to date. And then after Tom's presentation, I'd just like to give an update on some of the discussions with the city on the actual CJCC coordinator and the funding for that position. So Tom, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I want to begin by saying thank you so much for your time this afternoon and for allowing JMI to come in and share what we've learned over the last few years working with criminal justice coordinating councils and hopefully being of assistance to your jurisdiction. I gotta say the kind words from the judge and Joanne really increased the amount of pressure I feel right now. And hopefully you'll see value in the work that we're trying to accomplish as we work with the council, which has just been quite honestly fantastic, all the members that we've engaged with. So if you don't mind, I'm going to share my screen with you to go through the PowerPoint.
And while you do that, I'll note that Supervisor Begay is now with us on phone.
Okay, can everyone see everything okay?
Looks great, Tom.
Excellent. So just to begin, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the Justice Management Institute. JMI has been around since the mid 1990s. We actually started in Denver, Colorado, and then moved to Arlington, Virginia. We specialize in providing technical assistance, education, and research for criminal justice organizations, counties, cities, federal government across the country. And we've done more than 400 justice projects during our time in existence. One of the things that we're very proud of and is an important backbone of our work is working with criminal justice coordinating councils. And we've done research on CJCCs and published documents on CJCCs for the past 15 years. One of the things that we're most proud of is the partnership we have with the Bureau of Justice Assistance to create the National Network of Criminal Justice Coordinating Councils, which brings together high-functioning CJCCs from across the country. And this network shares information on best practices and innovative practices that they are implementing in their jurisdictions. So when we were brought in by Coconino County, we set a project goal with Marie. And that project goal was to have Coconino County operate a high-functioning CJCC that fully utilizes best practices and produces beneficial outcomes for the justice system and county residents. And we had 4 objectives as part of that goal. And the first objective was to assess and revise, with input of your council members, the purpose and structure of the CJCC to ensure it aligns with best practices. The second thing was to identify shared priorities among CJCC members and produce a strategic plan with specific action points that the county will pursue over the next 2 years. Third, we wanted to coordinate the day-to-day operations of the CJCC and implementation of a strategic plan until a new criminal justice coordinator is hired by the county and hopefully hired by the county and the city as you go forward. And then lastly, to assist the county in seeking and selecting a highly qualified applicant to serve as a support staff at criminal justice coordinator for the council. So those 4 objectives led to 4 deliverables. And the deliverables were to conduct a CJCC assessment, to complete the strategic plan. Third is to develop the staff position, the job description, assist with the selection of that person. And then when that person comes on board, help them get their feet on the ground and make that transition from our involvement to them taking over the running of the CJCC. And then the last element was to provide that short-term support for the CJCC. I mean, essentially, we're serving as staff for the council over the course of most of this year until that person comes on board that I mentioned. So the first major milestone of the project was just recently completed, and that was the assessment of the CJCC. To complete this task, JMI conducted more than 20 one-on-one interviews with CJCC members. These interviews were conducted via phone and video conferencing. And one of the things that was really interesting about going through that process is that across the board, individuals pretty much shared with us the exact same thing. And that was it's a very rare occurrence to have that many stakeholders in agreement and really sharing the same concerns and desiring the same results in terms of making things better. The other thing that we did in addition to the survey, in addition to the interviews, was conduct a survey. And we had an online survey and asked the CJCC members to respond. And this survey captured their perspectives on the strengths and weaknesses of the council. And we used that information to produce the assessment. And just want to share with you that JMI has created a tool based on our research and involvement with CJCCs over the last 15 years. And this tool, we call it the essential elements of a CJCC. And we consider it a measuring stick where you're measuring your CJCC compared to the gold standard, the best practices. And with this tool, we have 12 different elements. And these elements are listed in the left-hand column. And they include such things as being a system-focused CJCC, participation, leadership structure. And down the line, you can see what the elements are. And just to give you an idea of what they mean, first of all, I want to say that the definitions are in the assessment report that we prepared and shared with you. But just to give you an idea of what they mean, like, for example, participation. We looked at, do you have the right people participating in the CJCC? Do they actually attend, or do they send designees? And when they come to the CJCC, are they actually participating in the activities of the CJCC? So essentially, do you have the right people, and are they invested in your council? What you see in the second column is the survey scores that we received on the 12 elements that we asked questions about. And the scores were based on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being that the person felt strongly that the CJCC had that element. And you can see, based on the feedback that we got from the members, that your council scored in the middle, a little bit higher than middle on some of the elements. And really, quite honestly, that's not unusual from what we've seen in other jurisdictions. What you see in the third column is compliance. And for us, this is looking at whether or not the elements exist at your CJCC. And I just want to step back for a moment and say, when I talk about elements, each element has factors associated with it. So we have things that we check off, these factors, whether or not they're present when we do the assessment. And so we look at it differently than what you see here as a score from the CJCC members. We look at it as whether or not these factors are even present, these elements are even present. And what we found was that all the elements were mostly there. For example, what you see highlighted with the green dots are indications that the element was mostly present. We didn't find an element where everything was fully present that we looked for. But we did find overall that the CJCC was, again, performing adequately in the middle of the pack, so to speak. And there were 3 elements where the CJCC was somewhat compliant, and 2 elements where the CJCC was not compliant based on the criteria that we use. And then the last column reflects the factors that we did not find present and why we gave the scores that we did. And I'll go back to participation again. We found that full participation of the key stakeholders that you'd like to see participating in CJCC was not present, and that the roster of the CJCC was quite large and expanded, and it wasn't very manageable. So based on our assessment, we produced 13 recommendations that we shared with the CJCC, and I'll share those recommendations with you today. The first recommendation that we had was to focus on producing outcomes, for the CJCC to produce outcomes. I mentioned that we heard a chorus of similar responses from the people that we interviewed, and that was the number one thing that we heard, is that the CJCC really wasn't generating any kind of results, any kind of outcomes that they could point to and say, yeah, we did that. And the membership was a little bit frustrated by that, because they felt like this was a group that had potential to get things done and power to get things done. The second recommendation we had was to reduce the full CJCC membership to a manageable size. The CJCC over the years had grown to a quite large number, and it wasn't conducive to having meaningful discussions and planning at the meetings. The third thing that we recommended was to reconfigure the executive committee to make sure that we have the key decision makers on that executive committee. Fourth was to alternate the meetings of this full CJCC and the executive committee. What happened over time with your CJCC is the executive committee and the full CJCC kind of blended together. We wanted those two entities to be separated and for them to take turns, so to speak, or alternate meeting, where the executive committee would take more of a hands-on approach in making sure that the CJCC was staying on track with its purpose and the goals that it set for itself. The fifth recommendation that we had was to utilize subcommittees and work groups more effectively. You did have some subcommittees and work groups, but those subgroups and work committees were not meeting regularly except for one. And we just feel that these subcommittees are really where a lot of the work gets done, and it enables you to tackle specific issues that are going on in the criminal justice system. The sixth recommendation we had was to form a standing committee specifically for the Indigenous community and to address the criminal justice system's impact on the Indigenous community. I gotta say that was the second most common thing that we heard from folks that we interviewed, was there was a greater need to be more focused on addressing the impact that the criminal justice system was having on that particular community. The seventh recommendation was to establish a formal process for selecting a vice chairperson. And I'm proud to say, or happy to say, that the CJCC just selected Judge Chotina from the municipal court to serve as vice chairperson at the last meeting, and he accepted. The eighth recommendation we had was to update the CJCC bylaws. And I'm also happy to report that the council just recently adopted new bylaws, and those bylaws were formed with the assistance of a work group that was formed to kind of work through the details. And again, we had tremendous support from the council in going through that exercise. The ninth recommendation was to update and revise our strategic plan and implement the plan. And that's actually our next step that we're going to start undertaking beginning in May. The 10th recommendation was to produce and monitor system data. It's critical for CJCCs to continually bring in data about how the system's functioning. And it's a critical role for them to look at where there are trends emerging that might need to be addressed, where there are things backing up, for example, whether it's in the jail with the population or the courts with the cases that are being processed, and being proactive in responding to those challenges that are emerging. The 11th recommendation that we had was to create a criminal justice director position funded by the city and the county. As you well know, the county's taken on that responsibility in the past. We feel that by having the city and the county teaming up to fund that position, it sends a strong message about collaboration in your jurisdiction, and the importance of the city and the county working through this individual to strengthen the criminal justice system overall. And then the 12th recommendation was to institute racial and ethnic impact statements. And this is something that we strongly believe in. Racial and ethnic impact statements are essentially at the end of your development of initiative. You take a moment and you step back and you say, if we go forward with this, what impact will it have on people of color in our jurisdiction? And is that really the impact that we want to have on people of color? And these are widely used in a lot of federal grants and federal projects. And it's just to make sure that you're not creating intentionally or unintentionally disparate outcomes in the actions that you take as a council. And then lastly, we recommended that all CJCC materials be placed on the website so that the public can view those documents at any time, and that there's complete transparency about what's taking place with the efforts to improve the criminal justice system. So that was the assessment and the results of our assessment and the recommendations that emerged. And I'd just like to share with you that the 13 recommendations that we made, we feel can be easily accomplished in the next year. So the activities that we've worked on. Number one is we revised the bylaws through the work group that I mentioned. We've also identified new subcommittees that the CJCC wants to form. Those subcommittees will be for juvenile justice specifically, Indigenous initiatives, and behavioral health and shelter. And those are the three priority areas that the CJCC really feels like they need a dedicated effort by having a subcommittee meet regularly, monthly or every other month, to work on resolutions or solutions to those challenges. The other two items that are current activities of the CJCC is to develop a project plan for continuing on with virtual hearings after COVID kind of hopefully subsides. What the system has learned over the last few months during COVID is that the use of video technology has actually been a benefit to the criminal justice system in some areas, most notably by not having to transport inmates back and forth from the jail to the courthouse for hearings, various hearings. It's a tremendous expense. It's a threat to the safety and security of the facility itself. And if we can minimize that movement through video technology, we can realize savings and safety. And we've also come to realize through discussions with the work group that there's benefits to the public for having virtual hearings. It doesn't require the person to drive into Flagstaff to maybe attend a hearing that's not that significant for the processing of the case. It also allows people to return to work faster. It also allows them to avoid having to get childcare if necessary. And you can just go down the line. We had a conversation with an individual from Texas who coordinates their virtual hearing process across the state. And he noted that the use of video technology has reduced FTAs, which usually equates to more warrants and people getting arrested considerably. And so it's just been a true benefit for them to do this project. And we're excited to work with the CJCC and think that this is a very exciting endeavor to pursue. And then lastly, I mentioned this earlier, but we're going to pursue developing a strategic plan that will outline 3 to 5 initiatives that the CJCC will focus on over the next 2 to 3 years. And when we leave, we want to leave you with a document that you can point to and say, okay, we have a roadmap of how we're going to stay functioning and going after initiatives that we feel are important to our community. So that is the volume of our work so far. And I'd like to ask if you have any questions or comments that you'd like to share with myself or the judge.
All right, thank you for the presentation, Tom. And just pause for a second. Also, I should note that both Supervisors Fowler and Vice Chair Fowler and Supervisor Horstman serve on the CJCC. And before we hop into questions, I just wanted to see if either member wanted to make a comment or initiate questions.
Here, Ryan, if I may, please.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Vice Chair Fowler has some comments as well, since she sat on CJCC much longer than I have been a participant in CJCC. And I want to thank Tom for his very active involvement in the review of CJCC, and Judge Slayton for your leadership and bringing this review forward, and for quickly implementing the recommendations and changes to this, including the bylaws. You know, for those that have not been on the Board of Supervisors long, I would just like to note that CJCC is an extremely valuable organization to allow for some countywide collaboration for the criminal justice system here in Coconino County. And it brings together the counties, the county municipalities, the state, the criminal justice agencies, the departments, treatment providers, administrative departments, and gets everybody at the same table and talking about the criminal justice system. I know that originally it started, as I understand from Vice Chair Fowler, due to the increasing population in the county jail, and especially the large percentage of the indigenous population, which far exceeded the county's overall population. And it was done to really get these partners together at the table to look at data, to communicate, to plan, and for collaboration for an improved criminal justice system here in Coconino County. And I think it got bloated. I wasn't there, so I really can only describe what I have heard from others. And I think that with the change in the bylaws, that this is a step in the right direction to, quite frankly, revitalize the CJCC, which I understand at one time played a very active role and was very involved in Coconino County. So those are my comments, and I'm sure that Vice Chair Fowler has her comments as well. So,
Vice Chair Fowler, Lena.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge and Tom and Mr. Chair. The CJCC, I am still, I'm happy that you're involved in reorganizing the CJCC. I think it really needs to be reorganized so that it has sensitivity to the minorities in our county. Majority of the, it doesn't look like you looked at the racial makeup of the members of the CJCC. I'd like you to show who is all sits on the CJCC. Majority of the people that are in and going through, walking through, and that are tied up and really are caught in the web of this, our criminal system, is our Native Americans and minorities. It's almost like we are targeting them. And I know that the CJC is trying to straighten out or try to move its cases through the system. You're not the one that is doing the arresting, but we have our sheriff at the table. We have the Flagstaff Police at the table. I know that driving home to Tuba City, the Arizona state trooper is right there at the summit, making sure that they're catching all the Native Americans driving home. And they're going to go through our system. So, you know, I think when we look at our criminal justice system, we really have to have a wide look out into our county as to what's going on, because if they're going to be standing right before our judges, having to pay for them to be in detention, and they'll be hiding out and won't be able to pay for their warrants that they have. Because we had so many warrants, we started the Tuba City, thanks to Judge Grodman, started the Tuba City courts. And because of pandemic, we haven't had another one. The presentation is good, but I think that I want to know how Coconino County is different than the rest of the country. I think we're a little different because we have such a multiracial community, and the way our justice system is, they're the ones that are caught in that system, and how are they going to get help? And when I look at your assessment, that's what I was looking for, is that our county, one of our county values is the equity, the equality, and inclusion. And we want to make sure that we are really looking at how we're treating our minority population through our system. And that's what I was trying to look for in here. I noticed that the first time I saw this, I didn't see the Native American subcommittee. So now it's there, and it should be more being involved in the decision-making rather than just a subcommittee, because they are the ones that are over 65% of the inmates are Native Americans. And when you look at the cases, and you really look at the cases, I don't know what percentage are Native Americans. So I have expressed this to the council before, and this is in all aspects of the reports. Whenever each of the members provide the reports, it's always Native Americans that are at the top of the list. And I've been asking, how do we include the tribes so they may be able to help us out? And because we're separate from the tribes, maybe that's why we're not making that partnership right there. I thought that I would see that in here. So I just want to, I know that with our judges and our various partners within the justice system and outside the nonprofits, they're doing as best as they can. But I've been asking, what is the one thing that we could change that would really improve the outcome? And that's something that I'm still trying to see how that would be, what that could be. I think that I know you're looking from the National Institute point of view. This is how the rest of the world does it. But how would that rest of the world, how is ours different than the rest of the world? How can we make ours unique to us as to who we are? And that's what I would ask, because from the time that I've been on here, I was an alternative. I wasn't always at each of the meetings. But now that I am on the committee, it's different. I see it. I see more of what is going on, and I want to see in these reports more of more inclusion than just having to just hear from the minority population. So how can we accomplish that? And your survey was only with those that are on the committee and the committee members. I think the committee members are highly educated. They are, they really do work to, to serve everyone. I think they're doing they're doing what they can.
Supervisor Fowler, let me just say, I certainly appreciate those points. I think they're well taken and very well thought out. I will say in the bylaws that I just signed for approval and that were approved, and I signed them into the record, if you will. Something that has been added to what we called the executive committee. Now it's basically the positional committee, I guess, is kind of what we might call it, was the addition of the City of Flagstaff coordinator for Indigenous initiatives, as well as calling for a representative tribal government with territory adjoining Coconino County. And so I think that really what we did and what JMI was able to look at was in fact some of your concerns, and to place on the executive committee 2 strong representatives from the Native American community to be able to communicate those concerns and be able to help guide the CJCC to address those concerns.
And Supervisor, if I can just jump in, I really appreciate your comments. I wish I could say that your situation is unique, but it really isn't. Every jurisdiction that we're involved with has disparity in the number of people of color locked up in their jail and going through the criminal justice system. What's a little bit different about your jurisdiction is more likely to be Indigenous people that are going through the criminal justice system. And I agree with you. I think the criminal justice system has historically operated in a way that has been very unfavorable and unkind to those populations. And so we really have to step back and analyze everything that we've done and all the rules and decisions that have been put in place that's created the system. And when you put together CJCC, it's difficult because you're inviting people that hold certain positions to participate because of the role that they play in the criminal justice system. And in your jurisdiction, overwhelmingly, the people that hold these positions are white. And so we have to think of ways that we can bring in people of color. And the judge mentioned a couple of things. But the thing that we kind of thought would be really helpful, and it was the same argument with juvenile justice, quite honestly, is to form a specific group that's going to solely focus on that issue of the criminal justice system's impact on Indigenous communities, and have that group be hand in hand working with the CJCC on what needs to be done to correct that. And the reason that group is so important is because it allows the voices to be brought to the table, and not just brought to the table, but to share and support, what they feel needs to be done. And I think, CJCCs right now are going through a transition period, and I can see them changing over time. Historically, it was all about reducing jail overcrowding and backlog of criminal cases and so forth. And now it's becoming more related to social justice issues. And you got to find the right balance that will work for your community. And when we came into your community, we didn't come in with a boilerplate way of doing business. we did listen to folks and we tried to figure out, okay, what can we do to pull in the Indigenous community that's very respectful of their viewpoints and also making them feel included from the start. And again, we felt like this subcommittee is the perfect vehicle for that. It puts them under the umbrella of the Criminal Justice System Coordinating Council and it enables all the parties to work together.
So I have one more, Mr. Chair. I wondered, and this is just no disrespect to you, Judge, but you're the chair of the committee, and all the others are mostly your jurisdictional oversight. And I'm just wondering if it's a good idea to have a judge be the chair of the committee. Is that how it is in all the other jurisdictions across the country?
It does vary from our research. There isn't a really strong predominant individual or position that is typically the CJCC chairperson. In, I would say 20% of the jurisdictions, it's a supervisor or a county commissioner. And right behind that, the second most common is a presiding judge from the Superior District Court. And so it's neck and neck with those two positions serving as the chair. And the reason that is because I think both are considered fairly neutral parties and respected parties by their peers. And so that's not surprising to us that those would be the two most common.
Okay, just one more follow-up, Mr. Chair, and Judge Slayton. I'm really happy to hear about the virtual courts or the virtual use of the continuing use of virtual courts and probably meetings too, because as you all know, we are a very we're a rural community, and our people that are going through our justice system are from all facets of our county, whether they are on unincorporated community lands or municipalities or tribal lands. And many times they cannot drive in. If we can make that accessible throughout our whole county in some way, that would be very good. We have our Justice of the Peace courts that are now using virtual as well, which I'm very happy about, like Fredonia and Page in my district, for example. But if there are ways that we can work with the tribal communities to be able to do virtual, even with the other services that we're providing through the justice system, I think that would be really good and into our other rural communities. Even our specialty courts, that we have great specialty courts that are admired from around the country, and they should be admired. But a lot of times these individuals have to come to Flagstaff and have to live in Flagstaff to go through those special courts. If there's any way that we can make them more accessible, that might be really good. But I just want to thank you for your report. I do have some more questions on them, but I'm really happy to be working with you, and I think we're going to do a lot more improvements to our council. So thank you.
Chair Ryan, can I just add something quickly?
Yeah, first, hang on a second. Supervisor Begay, your phone's not on mute. Could you mute that, please? It's causing echoing. Go ahead, Joanne.
Sure. Vice Chair Fowler, I just want to let you know that we do have a meeting tomorrow with Steve, Tom, and I to kind of go through any additional questions you have. So you'll have some additional time with Tom tomorrow. I think we have about an hour set aside in the afternoon. I just wanted to make sure, that's on your calendar for tomorrow.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Patrice, if you can hang on a second, let me just check in with the other two soups real quick here. Supervisor Begay or Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
I want to say thank you to Tom and the judge, and also others that are in attendance here and making this presentation. It's good to know that there are some recommendations that are being made, and that there's also some plans that are being made, to possibly improve some of the functions or project activities and goals that you might have. So I think it's very, very important that, as that the indigenous people are very involved in this essence of plans, and that in these documents that you're putting together, only because, I always talk about why there's always the same people that are being incarcerated, and that, they're not being, they look at a nice place to sleep, a warm place to sleep, eat a hot meal and a shower. And I'm wondering how many times that, people just go into the system just to get that service. And yet, on the other hand, what are we doing to help them? And this is not only for the indigenous, and this is for everyone that's in there. So it's just like a cycle. We put them in, and they get out the next morning or whatever. And it's just a cycle. How and when are we going to ever, work together to ensure that, it's not repetitive? We're only prolonging their wellness, to get better and to do and not be doing what they're supposed to be doing. But what's happening is that, it's just beginning to be a social thing. My buddy's in there, so I need to go in there, and they get in trouble. And so what kind of services? I know for the Native Americans, they've had sweat lodges before. They've had, I'm not sure if that's still ongoing. And I did talk to a couple of people in the justice system, and also, asking about these questions. How are we going to stop that cycle? We're only feeding them and or promoting, what is going on with them as far as, getting incarcerated, and then same old thing. It's just like, and so I'm really thankful, that, we're talking about working groups and subcommittees, to be more efficient. And I think, to be more efficient, you need to hear everybody at a round table. Everybody has to sit to the table, and that, we're all talking and singing the same tune, because, if there should be some kind of, we all have to be striving for equal representation also, and because a lot of our indigenous people are out there, we have all sorts of tribes here within our county, and we shouldn't only just serve a few or within one certain area of the county. We should be able to think about the overall county, and that way it includes. And I always stand for partnerships. We need to establish partnerships and ensure that, we're working together, not only in this area, but with health and all other departments that we have. Even just a simple brochure to share information out there with the rest of the county. I always say in our mission and our vision statement, we always talk about we will serve all area residents of Coconino County, and yet there's some disparities, and I'm seeing that coming in as as a new board member, that this is not so, and so I just wanted to see how we can work together, and I would like to see more. And if no other board members can be in that meeting tomorrow, or oh yeah. So anyway, I want to be involved in this process too, because this is a lot to me. And, the people that are up there, like the judge, in area, and then also police department, we need to work together. We really need to, because we're here for the people, we have to, find out ways to ensure that our people are, getting the services they need, and that, we're not just, in there just to have a cycle going. And, it's just something that we have to work together. And my dad always said to me, nobody is above the law, for one. Nobody is any different from any other. We're all five-fingered, and I always say that. We all have our own minds. We have, we can talk, our different languages if we have to. But I think it's important that we kind of work on this, and it's a good thing, plan that you're putting together, and all the revising of your bylaws, and things, also identifying subcommittees. I think, that would be good. And then, of course, your virtual hearings, as a work group. So I'm looking forward to a document that will be inclusive of what Supervisor Fowler has said, and I'm sure that Geronimo is the same, and I'm thinking all the other board members are the same, because we are here for equal representation. We are here to serve the community, no matter who we are. Everybody has rights too, and so that's the reason why, I feel that way too. So I just wanted to bring that up, and I know that it needs to be very sensitive, in all ways as we deal with everyone. And then the racial ethnic impact statement, I think that would be really good for our, overall. And we just really need to work on it and get together, and we'll put in our thoughts. And we're here to listen. That's the number one thing we should be doing as Board of Supervisors. Even with the positions we hold, we always have to listen. And we always have to try to help and put yourself in people's shoes, and put yourself, and be humble, and, see how you can help. And I always believe in that. And so I just wanted to say those few words that I want to say. And as I was hearing, the presentation, and a lot went through my mind, but of course, Supervisor Fowler has mentioned some of the ones that I thought, but I don't want to reiterate it. So I just wanted to say thank you, everybody, for putting this presentation together. I appreciate it. And we can go ahead and probably work on it, and, just get the ball rolling and fixed, I guess. So thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Hey, Ryan, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have an emergency order protection I have to do, so I have to sign off. But I want to let the board know that I'm always available to speak with them about any concerns or questions they may have. Thank you for giving us this time. And I appreciate all the support that the board has given. Thank you all.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, and we're going over. We want to watch our time, but Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you. First off, I want to commend your group, the council, of the work you've done, and I appreciate the assessment and the plan moving forward. Again, I would reiterate my colleagues' statements about really taking into consideration the effects of incarceration on people of color over their general population in the county, and looking for ways to find alternatives to just straight incarceration. I've been hearing about some great programs through the county attorney's office, and some other programs out there of deflection and diversion, and just really want to encourage promoting those kind of alternatives to just straight incarceration. And I look forward to working with this group and seeing how we can improve your council and really streamline things, that there's equity for all, and all perspectives are brought to the table. So thank you. Good job.
All right, Supervisor Horstman.
I'll be very brief because I think people have done a very good job of kind of overseeing and stating this. But I'm just going to point out that one of the best ways to improve criminal justice and to get the kind of equities that we are talking about here is through the CJCC, to get an efficient, effective, representative group of folks together to try to deal with these very important issues. And that was the reason for the CJC in the first place. And Lena, you may have been involved in that from the very beginning. But it also is the reason for the assessment and the changes to the bylaws, so that we can be more effective and increase the equities and our criminal justice system. So those are my comments, and I look forward to working forward with CJCC and making some of these changes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Lena, and I'll make some comments after you. Go ahead.
we as a board have always had a position of hiring more minorities in our employees and our staff. And I think that should be part of the goal of these the CJC. When you look at this, your study here, and when you're talking about making improvements, I think we should stay with that. That's one of our priorities that we've always held, and I think that would be really good to add to this. Thank you.
All right, just quickly, a couple of comments from my side. First and foremost, Tom, really appreciate the work that you've done, and I'm hearing this for the first time. A lot of these pieces of what the recommendations are, and some of them very strategic, definitely make sense, looking at weaknesses associated with it. I am, I'll acknowledge I'm a little disappointed of seeing bylaws being signed off and the board not seeing this up until this point. Oops, I'm trying to figure out where my camera is here. And then management's role. When we created this, management had a much stronger role associated with it. I know you have an administrative component. I'm curious on how that functions. I had hoped to ask the judge I wanted to hear from his perspective the opportunity for what the opportunities are, what his vision was, what he saw associated with it, because it begs for strategic investment. We certainly saw when we started this, there was a lot of energy. We had very good strategic investment associated with it. I think we kind of went through a stagnation for a while there. It looks like an opportunity to reinvigorate, but I'm also wearing a hat of probably want to know what's going on if we're going to help invest in this. The strategic objectives associated with it and how we align them would be very helpful on that. But we're running way past. I'll turn to Steve, and I'm sorry for trying to chop this up, but go ahead, Steve.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and others today. As you said, the purpose of the study was to identify some of the areas that we want to concentrate on with regard to the governance of the system. And that's an important word because it is a system that has a number of different stakeholders and jurisdictions involved. The recommendations from JMI will help us provide additional focus in those areas that we do need to strive to do some strengthening in. But management has been involved throughout. Also, the board has been involved, at least in terms of being included in the communications. And that is why the bylaws have been changed to include members of the Board of Supervisors in the executive committee. And sometimes we do have to kind of retool committees so that we ensure that representation and focus is at in the locations within that project that needs to be. And so again, certainly want to assure the board that management has been involved, and we will continue to be involved, as well as my counterparts in other jurisdictions as well. And so with regard to others in cities and towns and areas that we do communicate and collaborate in. Thank you.
And Chair Ryan, if I may, also the board's representatives to the CJCC have been involved also for the bylaw process as well.
And I hear you. As we do have representatives on there, we have a reporting opportunity associated with it. I'm looking at what we were, what we are. There are modifications that occurred. Inclusion updates to the broader board would be very important element associated with it. And again, comes back to the board for strategic investment. Some of these objectives that are being outlined, they make a lot of sense. There are areas that it looks like they can enhance focus, which is really good. Really appreciate the report associated with that. I'm thinking it's a conversation. You can see we probably needed more time with this on it, but really appreciate having it brought to us so that we can see what's going on with it and seeing what the changes are.
And Ryan, if I may, just real quick, we had to fight to continue to allow a representative from the Board of Supervisors and the City Council to be on the executive committee for exactly the reasons that you're talking about. They were ultimately, everybody decided they were going to allow a representative from the City Council and the Board of Supervisors on the executive committee, but we had a fight for that. And I think you bring some very good points up, Chair Ryan. I think that's important to remember.
Right. Okay, any closing comments, Tom? Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Mr. Chairman, I want to call if I could. I know we're running late on time, but Joanne King has been working with the funding part of CJCC, and if you wouldn't mind, she can provide a couple comments to that effect, please.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Steve. Well, I just wanted to actually recognize our CJCC representatives, Supervisor Horstman and Vice Chair Fowler, and also Judge Slayton. We were able to get into the City Council's budget process to provide an opportunity to jointly fund the CJCC coordinator position. And we did get some good news that the City will be funding half of the salary for the CJCC coordinator. So I just want to say thank you to everybody involved. It wasn't easy, but I think it's a great step moving forward and a great step for this community. So I just wanted to pass on and end with that good news.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see where it goes. Fantastic. And so thank you, everybody. Any last minutes? I should at least have allow Tom a last statement or whatever. Tom?
Again, I just want to say thank you so much for allowing us to come in and try to be of some assistance to your county and the CJCC. I really want to emphasize that I share your concerns about the disparities that we see in the criminal justice system for persons of color. And I'm trying to craft a way that we can address those concerns, bring more people to the table to have conversations. And I really think some of that's going to emerge with the strategic planning and the types of strategies that we pursue as a council. And so really we're just getting started.
All right. And today's the beginning of everything else, right? All right. Thank you. All right, so that will conclude our discussion associated with the CJCC. The next item that we have up is a presentation and discussion and possible direction regarding an open space and conservation easement agreement between Museum of Northern Arizona as grantor and Coconino County as grantee. And so
Chair Ryan, before you begin, I need to state for the record that I need to recuse myself from participation, discussion, and voting. I have a conflict on this. I have represented the Museum of Northern Arizona and was involved in this project. So I am going to turn off my camera and my mic, and I will not be involved in this matter.
All right, and thank you, Supervisor Horstman, for doing so. And we'll notify you when we're done with this item. And so, who do I go to first? Do I go to Steve? Do I go to Rose? Where am I going?
Mr. Chair, you'll go to Rose Winkler first.
Okay, Rose.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. I'm really just here to introduce the matter. We have representatives from the Museum of Northern Arizona present on the meeting. But just for some background, given certainly that it's been about a year and a half and we have some new board members. excuse me, back in the fall of 2019, the Museum of Northern Arizona brought to the county the idea and the request for the county to consider engaging in a conservation easement covering about 89-acre parcel of property owned by the museum. It's currently open space, and it is located near Mount Eldon Lookout Road. And so what the county considered and ultimately did was approve a conservation easement that covers just a portion of the 89-acre parcel. As Mr. Gillenwater will explain shortly, the museum had broken the parcel into 5 or 6 different portions in an effort to raise money in order to put the property under conservation easement. And so it was doing so by proportion rather than all at once. So in September, October, the county approved a conservation easement. And so we currently do hold a conservation easement over, I want to say, a 17-acre section of the parcel. And the idea was that the museum would continue to raise funds in order to put more acreage under the easement, and would come back to the county as appropriate with updates and any further requests as were appropriate. So that's what we have right now, and I will hand it over to Mr. Gillenwater to provide a bit of an update and a presentation and proposal for moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose, and thank you, members of the board, for letting me give this presentation. I want to make sure that everyone knows that Bob Gunnarsson and Heather Reading is here with me also. Bob is a former past chair of the museum. I am the current chair, and Heather Reading is a land conservation specialist. So one thing I want to, before I start, and also rest assured, this is a good news story. This is really exciting because it shows the power of what a private institution, a county, and the community at large can do. So what I thought I would do is, Rose, is it possible to get a copy of that page 1 of my 7-page presentation up on the screen?
I'll have to ask Lindsay if that's an option.
Rose,
Yes.
you are able to share your screen if you have the document.
Okay, give me just a moment and I can try to find the document.
Okay, and while you're doing that, I can go ahead and kind of take a step backward and talk about this property. So this 90-acre parcel originally was about 130 acres, and the museum purchased it in 1977 for investment. Not long after, they sold it. Unfortunately, they sold it under a note and deed of trust, so the buyer was making annual payments. And a few years later, the buyer defaulted, and the museum was forced to foreclose on the property. When they were foreclosed, they were able to gain title to 90 acres. So in the intervening decades, this property has just sat fallow. And it's been very, very controversial because every time the museum would entertain realizing their investment and selling it, there was just all kinds of community outcry. People didn't want to see more development in Flagstaff. And I should say, I have a real estate background, so I understand that sentiment. I don't believe that every piece of real estate should be developed as well. But nonetheless, this property was purchased for investment, and it was time that the museum realized that investment. The problem is we had a lot of museum members that were really against the museum selling that property. And at the same time, we had a whole lot of museum members and donors that were saying, sell the property. That's what it was bought for originally, sell the property. So about 3 years ago, we found ourselves stuck in this between a rock and a hard place, and we weren't sure exactly how we could go about selling the property or monetizing the property without selling it actually. So what we did is we convened an ad hoc work group to study what we could do with this property. And it was a wonderful broad spectrum group of people that included a professor emeritus of ecology at NAU, a former Nature Conservancy director, a former M&A executive director, a former M&A board chair, a practicing real estate agent, and a Babbitt Ranches representative. And the first thing we did is we went to, could I go to page 2, please? We went to the county comprehensive plan and studied it thoroughly. And if we could go to page 3, yeah, perfect. And in particular, there's 2 paragraphs, and I don't know if the supervisors have had time to look this over, but those 2 paragraphs in bold are lifted directly from the comprehensive plan. And it talks about conservation easements and the importance of it. Well, we came up with an idea. And the idea was it would involve the whole community. It wouldn't just be a museum project. Basically, what the museum would do is we would step back and not go out and try to market and sell the property, and instead engage the community and determine if there was enough community support for people to come make donations and preserve the property. Could you go to the next page, please? So we came up with a very detailed 90-acre preservation plan. And I want to be very clear here that this was an aspirational plan. It was something that the museum, being cognizant of the Flagstaff community in general and how they wish to see this property not developed, yet we on the board have a fiduciary to the museum. We needed to make sure that this investment that was made back in 1977 could indeed be monetized. So we came up with an aspirational plan that didn't tie our hands behind our back to what we could do with the property. It's still fee simple property at the end of the day, and we could sell it. The museum could sell it. But we came up with this aspirational plan. The first one was that we would find a benefactor that would donate the value of the land, $3 million, and in return, the museum would record a conservation agreement over the entire property. The second aspiration, if we couldn't find that person, perhaps we could find one single individual that would buy the entire property, and we would carve out a building envelope on which that party could build their house, but everything outside that envelope would fall under the conservation easement. As time went by, we moved to the aspiration number 3, which was when we took the 90 acres and we, on paper, not in terms of a lot split, but we created 5 18-acre parcels. And it was very simple. If someone would donate $600,000, the museum then would record that conservation easement over that particular 18 acres. And lo and behold, while we didn't have any success with aspiration number 1 or aspiration number 2, we had 2 community members step forward, and one of them has already conserved a 18-acre parcel. The other one has pledged to. Could we go to that next page, please? I'll show you, it's a map. So if you see up in the northeast corner, that 18-acre parcel has been entirely preserved. The conservation easement is recorded. Then if you go to the southeast corner of that map, the parcel, let's see, parcel C, that party has made a pledge to preserve it, and they are donating annually to the museum And when their donations reach $600,000, then the museum will record that conservation easement over that parcel. Then the middle parcel, between them, parcel D, the community has embarked on a grassroots fundraising program to raise the $600,000 necessary to preserve that parcel. And I want to point out that those three parcels in particular are the most important to preserve. And that was ranked by our ecology professor. And it was because that's where the wildlife corridors are. That's where they lie. They run north to south through that property. It's also the headwaters of Switzer Canyon, so that floodplain and watershed is crucially important. Not only is it a wildlife corridor, but it's wildlife habitat, and then the hiking and biking trails. So parcel D, I think, as I mentioned, we're about halfway toward that $600,000 goal. When we reach that goal, then that conservation easement will be recorded. And at that time, we will have successfully preserved 54 of the 90 acres with one solid conservation easement. We're really, really excited about that. And very importantly, extremely importantly, we'll have monetized the asset. The museum will have received $1.8 million for those donations. So now as we sit here today, we have parcels A and B left. They're numbered differently on the map, but don't let that confuse you. But there's two 18-acre parcels. Well, with what's happening in the real estate market, we're getting besieged with people who wish to purchase those properties and just simply lot split them. And while the museum could probably do real well with monetizing its investment, it just kind of sticks in our craw a little bit. We didn't go down this road. We went down this road to do the best thing possible for everybody involved, the community, the museum, wildlife. So the request that we have today, it goes back to our fourth aspiration, was to sell these 18-acre parcels to a party that would create a building envelope, and everything outside that envelope would be encumbered by another conservation easement. So where we are right now with that is we have an interested party that would like to purchase both parcels and have the ability to split the total of 36 acres into 3 12-acre parcels. Each 12-acre parcel would have a 1.33 acre building envelope. Everything outside that would be recorded by a version of this conservation easement. So at the end of the day, when we look at this, we believe it's a huge win-win. The worst thing that could happen, in our opinion, is that this property gets sold to someone who just does minor land divisions, and there's no continuity, there's no conservation easement. So we're really excited about this person who has come forward and is consenting to put a conservation easement upon the property. I also should point out that when the ad hoc committee group looked at this 90 acres, we prioritized it by the number one priority to preserve. That parcel has already been preserved. The number two property is the one in yellow that's underway. We're halfway there. The number three, we already have the pledge, and by now it's well seasoned. We have hundreds of thousands of dollars in the coffers from this donor. So we're left with the two least environmentally sensitive parcels. We started this process about 3 years ago. We've given ample time for the community to step up and help us get this preserved, because it's a community effort. It's not a museum effort. The museum's role in this is that they didn't rush out and sell it to the first developer that they could have. They stepped back and allowed the community to get together and create this, what we're doing here. So the reason that I'm making this presentation is I want to, hopefully with this potential buyer, we will be coming back to the county with a plan for these 3 parcels that will have a 1.33 acre building envelope on each. And the building envelopes are going to be called floating envelopes. And what that means is, because the lot size is so large, the ultimate buyer of the lot is probably going to want to have some direction in exactly where he or she sites that envelope. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. So floating envelopes, I think, might be something new to the Coconino County area. It's not a new concept. They're done really all over. And that is why I invited Heather Reading to join us, because she's a land conservation expert. And I just wanted her to comment on, just confirm what I'm saying is correct, that floating envelopes are not something that's unheard of or even unusual for that matter.
Thank you, Troy. Can you hear me all right?
Sure can.
Great. So yes, I spent the last 15 years with the Nature Conservancy in Arizona, and the last 5 of those years as the Director of Land and Water Protection for the Arizona chapter. During that time, we used the concept of floating building envelopes frequently in our conservation easement deeds. There's a distinctive advantage to not predefining the location of building envelopes, in that oftentimes, there are site conditions that maybe from a conservationist perspective are not as obvious as they are to a builder. And that could be a topographical challenge at the time of the easement being drafted that is not very obvious. Another example might be a site condition that does not yet exist. For example, utilities lines from adjacent properties. And so the benefit of not defining the building envelope up front and just using the floating envelope concept is that you can avoid the need down the road for an amendment to the conservation easement deed. Conservation easement deed amendments are generally frowned upon, and they can be time consuming for the easement holder. So this is one distinct advantage that I think provides a lot of flexibility, while also giving the easement holder the ultimate control on the site where buildings will exist. And that was a tool that we used frequently with conservation easements that were purchased and acquired in partnership with Cochise County and the Department of Defense, Fort Huachuca, through the Army Compatible Use Buffers program. We use them both for residential building sites as well as for recreational building sites, and then also for development of groundwater recharge facilities. So you can really tailor it to the specific need of the property, and that's another distinct advantage as well.
Great, thank you, Heather. And she wrote a really nice letter that it goes into some greater detail on her credentials, and just it's included in that 7-page package that you have before you. So if you have any interest, you can go back and review that. So in closing, if we could go to the next page, please. Actually, page 7. Particularly with the community benefit recap. So we're really excited about this because, again, we have a 90-acre parcel here that's zoned for 1-acre lots. We could have 90 homes out there. And at the end of the day, with this plan going forward, with the 3 envelopes, we'll have 3 homes on 90 acres. So 86 of those 90 acres will be conserved. That is a win-win. It's a win for the museum. I think it's a win for the county. And I know it's a win for the community. And it's a win for the wildlife, the watershed, on and on and on. And I guess more than anything, I think we should really be proud of this because it's a wonderful solution, could be a wonderful solution to this dilemma that the museum found itself in. And I think it will be a model for other communities to follow in the future. So I bring this up now because I hope to be bringing the actual conservation easement to the county sometime within the next 30 days for action, so we can go ahead and accommodate this transaction. If you have any questions, I'm available.
All right, bring it back to the board, and just a couple questions real quick. I'll ask one. The floating, I know I've seen some write-ups, but it's been a while since I've looked at the floating envelopes. How do you assure the continuity of the resource itself on that? Obviously, they want to pick the best of the best in their eyes, and the intent is to protect the resource. How do you go about that?
Sure, that's a great question. So you kind of put your finger on it when you said they want to pick the best of the best. They do, and that's so subjective. Their best may be different than my best. And so that is exactly the reason for the floating envelopes. As it pertains to environmental sensitivity, remember that when the property was parceled into 5 different parcels and prioritized by environmental sensitivity, these 2 parcels were the least. There's an old archaeological site that's been studied over and over and over through the years. Obviously, that would be avoided. We wouldn't put it in any critical wildlife habitat. This is where the county, it's so perfect to have the county be the easement holder, because the county will also be the entity that issues the building permit for the end run purchaser. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did on that. And then actually, I'll pause for a second on this one. Rose, if you have any comments associated with this, or for the sake of the board.
I was just going to add as well, and I think although Troy's last point, regarding the fact that the county would be ultimately approving any building permits, certainly if the board was, want a little more information on this in the before approving any proposal or taking up the proposal, it's certainly something we could get some information from community development on regarding, any environmental sensitivities as to these parcels, and have them review that area and provide some input to the board. Really right now, today, this is just a presentation to the board, an opportunity for discussion, opportunity for the board to consider direction to staff as to what additional information it might want. And so, there's plenty of time to further review this and get additional information. But I think, again, Troy made a good point that, just in our normal processes, if we were to proceed in this way, community development would be, ultimately making building permit approvals as well.
All right, thank you, Rose. It looks like Supervisor Vasquez, Hieronyma.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I really commend you on the trying to preserve as much wildlands as possible in this space. It's really exciting. I did have one question about the building envelope. So you say each lot you would be able to develop on 1.3 acres of land. Is that one house, or are we talking like someone could come in and buy out that 1.3 acres and put like an apartment complex on it, or duplexes? Like, what's kind of the thought there?
Sure, great question. So the purchaser would be purchasing a roughly 12-acre parcel, but within that 12-acre parcel, they could only develop within a 1.33 acre building envelope. It would be a residential development, or it'd be a residential home based on the zoning restrictions that are on the property right now. So in other words, you couldn't do anything commercial. And just as a very detailed point of clarification, all the building would have to occur in that 1.33 acres. That could also include, you know, a horse stable, something like that. What wouldn't be tabulated in that 1.33 acres is the driveway, because on a 13-acre lot, the driveway length is a long length. So that would, the developable area would be 1.33 acres net of the driveway.
And then my other question would be, would there be any parameters on that building envelope, or could they choose anywhere on that 12 acres that they want to build their house?
No, there are parameters. So they would have to comply with county setbacks, and they would also have to comply with what's called the baseline documentation report. And what that is, it's a report that was prepared and accompanies the conservation easement that outlines and shows where the sensitive areas on the properties lie. So that the county, as the easement holder, already has that document. So it would be very easy just to look at that baseline documentation report and make sure that the building envelopes would not lie in one of those environmentally sensitive areas. And they wouldn't, again, Supervisor, because again, these properties were the least two environmentally sensitive. Like, we would never have entertained this on the first three parcels that are in the middle of the wildlife corridors and the wildlife habitat. These aren't.
And then my final question would be, do you have any interest in these parcels already? Like, if this is approved, what are you foreseeing a timeline for development happening on these parcels?
So I'm so glad you asked that, because it's almost like we have too much interest. We do. What we're getting interest for is from people that just simply want to buy parcel and then lot split. We don't want to do that. We have found a group of people that want to buy the 36-acre parcel and and consent to the conservation easement. I mean, obviously, from a development standpoint, they'd make a lot more money if they put 36 homes there, which it's zoned for, than 3. So we're really excited about this particular buyer because they share our our values for this piece of property. So while, yeah, we have time, but in another sense, we want to push this along as fast as we can because we do have someone willing and able right now.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody?
Other supervisors?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Lena.
Yes, thank you. I just want to recognize Supervisor Babbitt for working on this with you all for his duration of his term. He was very much, and I believe was involved in this process, and maybe part of your working group that you had mentioned. And he was very passionate about this project. And I would, so I'm very happy that you're at a point now where you're satisfied with the situation and where you have interests, the right people that are very much interested in meeting your goals. I'm really happy about that. And the museum and the board has taken a bold move to say, what else can we do instead of just investing? How do we meet with the community, and how do we make things right for the wildlife, preserving the land, and the wishes of the community? That is something you really do not see. So I just want to thank you for your leadership and your just your continued involvement in this, and facing all the challenges and overcoming those challenges to be able to get to where you are now. Now, what I like to hear is from our own staff and being able to have them recommend to us this is what we can do, and here's all the ordinance, and here's how we can proceed on this. I'm just very excited about this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those words. It mean a lot to us. It's been a lengthy work in progress, but I think it's a model that a lot of communities should take note and follow.
Yes,
Tori, this is Bob. Could I offer a comment?
Yes.
So, it's Bob Gunnarsson. I'd like to make a brief comment. I want to thank you, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, for being involved in this with us today. The Museum of Northern Arizona has made every effort to deal with this investment in a community-minded and conservative-minded fashion. As you know, the museum has a cultural and historical been a part of the Flagstaff culture for 90 years, more than 90 years. When the board in 2018 decided to investigate this, we spent an amazing amount of time and energy on the discussion. We involved community members, M&A staff, museum members, M&A leadership, the board of trustees. We knew that as an investment, we had some obligation to the museum to realize a reasonable return. We also knew what our roots and community commitment prompted us to try to do. These two issues did not align well. The land has previously been zoned for 89 one-acre home sites. Pursuing this has always represented the most money-centered approach. We also knew that our founders, the Coltons, would have pursued all other less commercial possibilities first. That was our attempt as well. As Troy has outlined and Natalia has supported, we believe that our proposal made to you today represents our best attempt to protect this land from undue commercialization. It represents our best effort to preserve nature trails and water flows across the property, cultural sites, and so forth. Preserving 85 of the acres of this land is a win for all concerned, as Troy has mentioned. The public and the museum members are great proponents of the plan. City of Flagstaff has been supportive of our efforts as far as water and sewer line easements are concerned. The county already holds one of the 5 parcels. It certainly doesn't make any sense to have another easement holder hold the other 4. Our potential buyer is conservation minded and clearly indicated an interest in preserving and protecting the 85 remaining acres. The flora and fauna found on the unique site would be protected. Public access would continue. It's hard to imagine that the homeowners who buy this and build a house there in an exclusive building envelope would have any other goal than to preserve the land around them. Our remaining options at this point, ladies and gentlemen, are limited. We encourage you to join with the Museum of Northern Arizona in preserving more than 95 acres of this amazing piece of property. Really appreciate your time today. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Bob. Let me check in with Supervisor Begay. Do you have any comments, Supervisor Begay? Okay, let's see if sometimes
Hello?
Oh, there you go. We've got you. Go ahead, Judy.
Okay, just basically that it seems like this process took a long time, and there were a lot of community input that took place in there, and I just want to say it's a job well done, and I think that we really have to be making sure that we're not stepping on our environmental things that are out there, and also that there these parcels they seem to be well on the map. As far as parcels, I see that the maps are it's nicely made up and stuff like that, so it's something that I feel that it's something we can work with on my part. So apparently this is something that the community should think about, and as they discussed their portions of areas that they live in, so that there's not that many opposition to any kind of plans that there may be within their communities. So I just wanted to thank the presenters, and then also the staff that have worked on this, plus others that are on the line for being here listening to us to this meeting. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Begay. And, I'll throw in my 2 cents. Actually, really appreciate the museum understanding what you went through. Again, working together with Supervisor Babbitt, but all the work you put into it to come up with your own solution, understanding both sides of that discussion as well. In the meantime, very consistent with a lot of our, as noted, comprehensive plan objectives, conservation of wildlife corridors, drainage areas, and then you have the added recreational component. I know we brought back when we went through the initial piece associated with it. So at this point, listening to the board, and I'll double check with them, what we're suggesting is that working together with staff and Rose to capture the discussion of the board, which is pretty consistent with the desired outcome, allow for the floating easements on this while attaining the objectives of the original document on that. I would turn to Rose. Do you have anything else that you would want from the board at this point?
I don't think so. I mean, I think we've certainly gotten the comments from the board, and I've got the legal documents to review. I can certainly reach out to other staff regarding comments. I have already reached out to Cynthia Nemeth with Parks and Recreation on this, and I can certainly reach out to Jay as well with Community Development. But I think we've certainly, understand the board's position here. And so we can just work on pulling everything together for, potential action of the board in the future.
Okay. All right. And then let me check in with the board. Does that sound consistent with where you are?
Yes, very much.
Thank you.
I'll go. That's Lena. Geronimo?
Yes,
You're
that's
good?
fine. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Judy says yes. Okay. Boy, when I first got on the board, like my first year, 24 years ago, I went to a Trust for Public Lands conference and just repeated them. And I feel as though achieving those final outcomes from dream to what they could be. Really appreciate all the work that you're doing on behalf of the community, as well as the desired outcomes here that you're looking for. Anything else, Troy, or?
No, thank you. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Okay. All right. All right. We need to give the board about 5 minutes, and then we're running a little bit late, but why don't we take 5, come back for the our American Recovery Program, ARP. That'll be our next discussion. So let's come back about 3:05. Can somebody reach out to get Supervisor?
We will, Matt. Thank you.
Okay, let's start to check in. Wait, of course, 5 minutes would have been 3:06. Are you out there, Patrice?
I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah, we made up time since you weren't here. So
It doesn't look like it.
just kidding. Okay, Geronimo, there you are. All right. And then Judy?
Here.
Okay, and Lena?
You sound like a rodeo announcer.
Yeah, we do have an echo out there. Okay. So let's see if Steve, are you up and ready, Steve? Let's give Steve a minute to come.
Yeah, he's on his way back here. Just give him a couple minutes. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Just another minute or two. I think I have about 3/10 of an inch in my rain gauge out there as the snow melts.
We'll take whatever we can get.
We sure will. Love to have a few inches too, but
No.
parceled out, of course.
Well, the sun broke out for a minute and you could see the peaks got some snow, so that's exciting.
All right. Oh, I never did see him from my angle. There he is.
Sorry.
All right. Welcome back, Steve.
You just had to say it that way, right?
I know. Yeah.
So
No, I'm the troublemaker. I'm the one that was late.
You could have said, we can get started now. Steve's back.
That's right. Yeah. I was here the earlier time when I was supposed to be here. I was reading my ARP. You know?
Okay.
It's like, oh my gosh, it's 3:16 or
Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
So-
go ahead.
Well,
Okay,
we're here
next
to,
item.
Yeah, the next item.
Yeah, next item is presentation, discussion, update, and possible action regarding the American Rescue Plan funding. Steve?
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board and staff, we are here today to provide a follow-up to 2 previous conversations on the American Rescue Plan. This is going to be a check-in on some of the information that we've given out last couple of times and get a lot of visual material, provides just a context with regard to the funding landscape for a lot of different needs that we have. Also with the process that staff put together, a proposed process for the board to consider in receiving and acting upon requests, guiding principles, and of course the categories. And so today this is more of a check-in. We originally envisioned a longer period of time to meet and discuss, but we know that we've had several individual conversations with each board member in the context of the budget. And so with that, this is going to be a little bit more of a check-in. We'll have continued conversations, of course, throughout the budget process and the weeks to follow regarding programming the ARP funds for action. And so I'm going to turn it over to Lucinda to walk us through some of the material today. And again, this is more of a check-in for board members to make sure that we're on the right track as we develop some of the materials for your use. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, Chair Ryan and board members. Excited to be with you this afternoon and continue this process relative to the American Rescue Plan. And in your materials, I noted that they, in terms of getting copied, they may or may not be in order, so I'll forewarn you of that. The first item that I'd like you to just take a look at is the funding horizon. This is the I'll say the overall chart that shows, and as I'm doing this, Erica is going to bring it up here so you can see it. Thank you, Erica. And, the funding horizon, this is the big picture, right? This is all the different either acts that have been approved by Congress or are in process, and, some information about those. We've drilled down a little bit further. You may see, you'll see some additional details here
We added some details in terms of some of the funds that the county has directly received. So encourage you, if you haven't had a chance to look at this yet, to certainly take a look at this. And certainly ask, any questions. I think importantly, to date, we have not, and Eric can correct me if I'm wrong, but to date, we have not received any specific guidance from the Treasury Department, as you know, relative to the American Rescue Plan. We are waiting for that guidance. So go ahead, Erica, we can go to the next sheet here, which really, again, is specific to the American Rescue Plan revenue streams and how this will look in Arizona. And, to date, again, we have not gotten that specific guidance yet. We're anticipating that. I think the deadline that Eric had shared originally was somewhere approximately May 10th, although we may get some information by there, and then there's some sense that there may be additional information coming later. So again, with this, we've added a little bit more detail where we've gotten additional information, but it's very similar to what you've seen on the prior occasions. And again, you can take a look at that, and we can attempt to answer any questions that you might have. Then moving to the next chart here, the next major investment proposal by the president is the American Jobs Plan. And this is currently as proposed, $2.3 trillion investment. And this incorporates investments in a number of areas, as you can see: transportation, housing, energy. Really a big focus of this is improving infrastructure, but through a lens of climate, addressing climate change, as well as inequities that have occurred relative to infrastructure investments historically, and then a number of other arenas, for example, childcare and veterans health. So you can see the current proposal that has been shared by the White House. This is what's currently that we're currently aware of that's been proposed. And our expectation is this will begin to work through Congress, and we'll see what the outcome is. Obviously, that will be a process, and there'll be some, if something's going to get passed, there's going to be some level of compromise. So, but at this stage, this is what's proposed, and you can see a lot of different elements here could potentially support initiatives here at the county or within our county, not necessarily by the county, but within the county. The expectation on this funding at this stage is that this will not be direct funding, that this will vary to the county. It will very likely be competitive funding is what the expectation is. But at this point, we don't have a lot of those details. So then moving on to the next sheet is the, go ahead, Erica, there we go, is the timeline, the decision-making timeline that we had laid this out. We've added a little bit more detail to this, and given our conversations with you about the process, as well as just thinking this through in terms of what does this process really need to look like, and in particular, I mean, you'll see kind of how we propose to step through this, and with discussing a purpose and guiding principles, funding categories, and then moving into setting kind of maybe some overall target funding levels for each of those categories, and then working through potential projects and project feasibility. That project feasibility and evaluation is going to be a key component of this, with a deadline that, from what we understand so far, again, this could change with Treasury guidance. We're expecting that the expenditure deadline will be December 31st, 2024. Now, that sounds like it's not very far away, but it's also, really does provide a good 3 years of opportunity, for investing these funds and completing those projects. At the same time, whatever project would potentially be approved by the board needs to be a project that's could be feasibly, completed within that time frame. So, so I think that piece of the process, we've added a little bit more detail there. You can take a look at that. And this was noted last time by Supervisor Horstman, that this will really be a rolling approval process. There may well be some projects that or funding opportunities that surface very early in this discussion, and to some extent coming out of the budget discussions, the board budget hearings that begin next week, where the board may say, we really are anxious to move ahead with this. This is something we need to do. We want to invest in. We're anxious to move ahead with this, and the project is really shelf ready, as they say, and shovel ready, shelf ready, whatever the case might be. And that you may elect to make that decision and move ahead with that, and then progress through with perhaps discussing and more fully evaluating perhaps more complex projects or funding opportunities. And because some of these, given the feedback that you provided, your interest in leveraging funds with other jurisdictions, leveraging funds with other partners, pursuing partnerships, it takes time to work through those kinds of opportunities and come to agreements and so forth. So there's some expectation that there's going to be some time involved in that. I think in looking at this, you'll note that we have kind of target approval dates, which we have not filled in yet. But I would say overall, and again, in looking at how to structure this, and I think Supervisor Vasquez made a very good comment last time about going slow to go fast. And I think the overall, to me, what I hear from you is that you want to have an impact. And so to accomplish, I'll say successful projects that have an impact, that this process is going to take some time. And my expectation is that we should try to, I'll say, conclude this rolling process by the end of this calendar year. That would be, I think, a good goal. I think that would provide the time necessary for vetting the projects and evaluating the projects and so forth, and support providing, approving a set of very strong projects that really do have an impact into our communities. So, so we have some opportunity to work through this. And again, just to tie it back to the board budget process, I think you'll see that coming out of this, there will be funding requests that were made by departments that may well, that we have identified and will potentially fit under the ARP umbrella, and or another funding umbrella that's been identified. And there'll be the opportunity to have those conversations as well after, kind of the board budget process. But again, as Siri has laid out, and we'll lay out again on Monday, the intent is to budget to spend the funds that we expect to receive so that we have the authority to be able to expend those funds, of course, as directed by the board. And so we will make sure that the budget is set up accordingly so that we do have that authority. We have the budget capacity, et cetera, to be able to do that. So with that, I'm going to stop and ask for any feedback on these pieces or questions. I'm noting that it's been a long day and that we've still got another item and after this, an exec session. And so, if you would have any questions or comments, certainly we'll welcome those now. And then we can certainly take up the principles, discussion about the principles at the next meeting if that's desired. So really at your discretion how you want to proceed, but certainly again open to questions or comments.
All right. Turn to the Board, Steve, did you want to follow or just go right to the board? Okay.
Board is fine. We have a archive somewhere about it.
Okay. So turn to the board for comments or questions here. I got a few. Go. It looks like I have Supervisor Horstman out there. Go ahead.
Yeah, see, that's what happened. I got a little bit of a break and you all didn't. So now no, I'm just kidding. I'll just make it really brief. I'm really tired too. First of all, I really want to thank Lucinda and Steve and the whole county staff for the thoughtfulness that you all have done on putting the process together for the American Rescue Plan funding and how it's to be spent. And I think this is excellent. I know there'll be more time as we go through this. The principles we've had an opportunity since they came out to look at. I just think it is excellent. It gives us a framework to go forward. This is a joint effort to maximize the benefit for our county. And I am very pleased with the thoughtfulness that has gone into this process. So I want to thank you. And I know there'll be plenty of opportunity to discuss this at greater detail, but I'm just very pleased with the way this has been rolled out. So thank you very much.
All right. Other board members? Hieronymo, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the thoughtfulness in putting this together and developing a framework so that we can move slow and plan things and get the most bang for our buck. You know, I mean, this is a unique time, unique opportunity, and we want to make sure that we're providing as much services to as much people as possible through this funding. And so I just appreciate the staff's thoughtfulness and time to develop the plan so that we can go through this and see the best way to utilize these funds. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Fowler, Lena.
Yes, what an opportunity that we have finally, and that we are getting direct funding, first of all. And just the outline, I'm very much interested in how we're going to be able to merge our current budget process with this process. Like, I know that the departments were told to not submit any requests just because of where we were at the time. I know we're financially in a better place since then. And then we have this, these dollars that are coming through. Now we're talking about possibly being able to fund some of the requests if it is still there. So I look forward to seeing how that would happen. And then you also mentioned shovel ready. I want to see how that will be played into here. And I guess that's really, that shovel ready came from one of the past bills that came through. These projects had to be shovel ready and communities were not ready for that. And how do we launch ourselves to be shovel ready for some of these dollars that we see on these charts that possibly we may be able to tap into. And then I'm wondering too, if, you know, I believe we have an outside grant writer, and is, you know, if we go back on these slides into all those different little boxes that we see of possible places that we can go for funding, would it be smart for us to hire a grant writer that can really evaluate all of that? I know our public works is doing, our public affairs is doing that for us right now, but how do we tap into those? Because every box that we look at, they're huge. Once you open the door, there are many doors, and all those many doors have all kinds of criteria in them. Who's going to be doing the evaluation for us for all of these grants these bills and possible dollars that we might be able to tap into. How do we do that successfully? So that's just something that I think that we should look at, because just looking at the American Jobs Plan, that is huge. And how do we know which ones is the best one for us, and how do we know which one is for us to go after? Is it going to be up to our departments to do that? And who's going to be writing those proposals to them, and how are we going to be doing the matching funds, and how much do we set aside for matching funds if there's matching funds required? So those would be my questions just off the bat. Thank you. And I appreciate all the individual meetings that we're having on these as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, did you want me to respond? Or
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I was ready to hop on that one too. So yeah, go for it, Steve.
Supervisor Fowler, your first question was, how are we going to be merging some of the increments that we were receiving through the budget process through some of the funding opportunities through the ARP funds? And so again, when the budget process began earlier this year, we at the staff level and at the county manager level asked departments to hold off on any of the SIRs. We have since, of course, changed that, and we have been inviting, and we have received budget service improvement requests from all of our departments, including the elected officials as well. And so we have received that information, which is very important information to have. And then as we looked at the budget process, we're not necessarily tying in fact, we're not tying any ARP funding decisions to our budget cycle. There's the process that we put in place and we proposed to, and Lucinda's presented, and we've discussed in the past, takes more process steps involved in that would not coincide with the adoption of our budget. Our tentative budget is going to be adopted the first week of June, and then the final by the end of June, in preparation for a July 1st fiscal year. So the discussions we would be having with regard to the ARP funding would not have been done by that time. At the same time, we are looking at the request for funding that we have received in the context of ARP as a potential funding source going into the future. There are some proposals that have come in from departments and elected officials that have some very good alignment with the categories that we've provided to you for consideration. In other areas, we're looking for some clarification from the administration on guidance to counties on how we can expend those funds. And so again, some of the work that we are going to be doing with regard to the ARP funding and the budget is to be determined. But again, we are looking at ARP funding for potential funding as a potential funding resource for some of our budget increments. Some of the information, the other comments, shovel-ready projects, of course, that is specifically called out for in some of the conversations with the infrastructure bill that's at the congressional level at this point in time. And of course, the departments, and particularly some of those departments that are doing that type of work are identifying projects that may fit within that shovel-ready status. In terms of the so many buckets, and there are a lot of buckets of funding out there to fill a variety of county needs, we're going to be relying on our federal relationships a lot. And so our work with Nexus Consulting, Bob Holmes, and Anama, because they have the federal connections, they have the federal relationships, and with of course with Eric Peterson's direction, this has been of course on their radar to a great degree, and it'll be to a greater degree actually as we start to look at each of the funding sources and opportunities. May have a different type of a grant process. Some may be competitive, some may be entitlement. But the landscape is pretty broad, and there are a lot of different federal programs in play. And so we're going to be relying on knowledge that we receive through public affairs, Anama and Bob Holmes at Nexus Consulting. And so again, there may be an opportunity for some grant writing that needs to happen. And I say this because each of the departments here, and we have a lot of breadth and variety of disciplines and areas of citizen programs. And each of the individuals and elected officials have an expertise in those particular fields. And so information as it relates to some of the federal opportunities is coming through the pipeline to each of these individuals, depending on the discipline or the program that they administer at the county level. It's not to say, however, there may be some opportunity for other grants that we want to look into that may be in need of a grant writing resource, and we would be requisitioning that internally if we have the capacity and the capacity to do that, or we would be looking externally if we needed outside assistance to file or to submit on some of the larger federal applications for grants. And,
Thank you, Steve. Thank you for outlining all of that. I think that is a community interest because, that we do have community partners that are very much looking at us as well. So I just wanted to have it outlined that it is not just a clear path. There are many moving parts, and there are parts that we just we don't know yet. And there are, we're looking on all fronts just to make sure that we're at the right place at the right time to be able to, net that fish in and be able to bring that fish home and say, this is what we're going to do now. So I just wanted to just have you outline it, and want to thank you, and thank you, Lucinda, for and all your team. You have a whole team that you're working with, and I just want to thank you for that. And thank you so much.
Oh, wow. Using the fish analogy, why you have a picture of the river behind you too. Yeah, I love it. All right. And I'll turn to Judy in a second, but kind of where I was going with desiring to jump on that. Steve provided a lot of clarification, but it is one to keep in mind is, not consuming the grant so much with support brought in, and yet by the same token, using the opportunity to, be nimble and grab that support if we have that potential for. It's going to take more than what we typically are used to associated with it. So, really neat idea. With that, Judy?
Well, hello again. Yeah, I'm really, really happy that, some of these funds will most likely be coming our way. And it does take a lot of planning, and we should always be ready for projects like this because we never know, what kind of funding is going to come down our way. And a lot of it, there's always strings attached to it. So we have to go by the book and making sure that we're in compliance with the funds that are coming down the pipeline. So as I think it's very important that we have one person that's really going to be monitoring this whole process, because the county budget is separate, and this rescue plan is different funding, and so we have to be real careful with it. So I just want to say that we have a lot of work ahead of us, and certainly we have a lot of needs that are listed that's going to be funded, and things like that. So I just want to say there will be long hours at some point in time that we will be debating and trying to get things done. But again, they usually give a timeline. Sometimes that timeline is too short, so you have to hit the ground running. So those are things that we have to really consider. But I do agree with other comments that were made, and I appreciate, my opportunity to be part of this plan. So, and I want to thank the staff, that's always doing such good work, and really dissecting and giving us down to the T, as far as the processes, and also how what's going to happen and things like that. So I greatly appreciate that. So thank you.
All right. And so just a couple of thoughts as I scan through this one. When you were looking at the funding decision making process, I was looking at one of the boxes, project identification and feasibility evaluation. And as you're talking about board and staff proposed prioritized projects within adopted funding categories to the board, the piece, along with that is, it makes a lot of sense. One piece, we want to make sure that we do an allocation of funding when we go through this. But also not everything's going to work. So flexibility as a suggestion, and or if we put too much into a broad category, I want to be cautious that then there's almost a perceived entitlement. I'd hate for us to get to that level. We do want to make investment, try and project well, try and get the right amount of money. By the same token, you know, the ability to move money back and forth, if we see another area of prioritization that it's shelf ready or shovel ready, or it just if it's a higher priority. You know, I see Patrice giving a thumbs up on that, but yeah, it's just that how can we be nimble while we're also trying to refine it, get it to a point that we can get directed funding in appropriate places. Along that line, similar, I think we've talked about it. I keep having this vision of having enough funding pools that we can take advantage of different areas, and they don't all have to be defined immediately, but we are working toward that and seeing what we can do. There are a couple pieces that keep coming back, and you know, I can see a couple of areas where you might build that in, or if you have it in the background as you enhance the tool, that would be really good. The other piece, when I started wandering through the American Jobs Plan, Lucinda, was that you know, directly off of the federal site, or is this with our modification associated with it?
No, I think that information is pretty much directly off of the White House information that was shared. They did an information piece about the needs in each state and kind of aligned it with the needs in each state, like looking at the age of the infrastructure and condition. It was, and each state had its own sheet. It didn't direct specific funding, but it said, it kind of defined the problem for each state. It was kind of interesting way to approach it. So we don't know how those funds will really be allocated, whether they'll use traditional formulas or other formulas, who knows, right, at this stage.
Okay, because and mine is just trying to make assumptions as I read the categories. Like, you know, one piece when I was looking at resilient infrastructure, is that where forest and community like wildfire protection goes in, or something like that? You know, which, you know, the American Jobs Plan is a whole separate pool from the American Rescue Plan direct allocation, but and or clean energy, you know, is that our buildings and vehicles? You know, just these kind of things started popping into my head as I was scanning through those. But if it's the federal directive, these are elements that, you know, we don't need to get into specifics, and maybe I am starting to, and I don't want to, so much as the categories and how we can really, you know, it enhances different objectives that we've been working on, or we have an opportunity for that. Looks like that.
I think we could take an effort, you know, make an effort to look at the categories and say, okay, we would expect that these initiatives would potentially fall into these funding, you know, opportunities, right? To do some alignment in that way might be beneficial to kind of think about that, right? And I do know, for example, you know, I understand that USDA, you know, is expecting there to be a specific initiative under this relative to forest restoration, for example. Haven't heard any more details than that, but that they're expecting that. And I think the more, I'll say, boxes we can make connections to clean energy, to climate change, to, you know, the various boxes that are important, that their objectives they're trying to fulfill, the more successful that grant's going to be, you know, the more successful we will be in competing. So, and that's the way we need to be thinking about it.
Yep. Yeah. And along with that, going back to American Rescue Plan, if we don't know where the matches will be needed for the competitive, but if we had, you know, X amount, whatever that is, so that we have the matching capability for enabling that broader draw of money. It fits some of the, principles, use money to make money, so to speak. You didn't say it that way, but you have it captured in there in a different way. Looks like Lena's up and wants to comment. Go ahead, Lena.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy you're having conversation on this. I was just, I didn't go there because I thought we would get to that later, but like caregiving, we have our home care program. Could we tap into that? Our, reentry plan, staff were asking for childcare. Is there a way to partner with our schools to be able to provide that for our employees? Those are, I mean, you touched on a lot of these, but, we have our broadband study that's been conducted by our own staff, Matt Fowler, who was able to, we have a proposal already. So, but anyway, yeah, I think this is really exciting. So thank you. I think we can all look at this and pinpoint something there. Thank you.
And I'll repeat what everybody else has said. This is, I like the flow pattern. Of course, the visual is always great, but a lot of thinking and work went into this. Really appreciate what you're putting together, and it's creating a nice context for adaptive use in terms of priorities, not just an arbitrary approach. It looks really, really good for how can we use this well as a tool. All right, any others from first from the board, and I'll turn back to staff. Not seeing the board bubble up. Steve, Patrice, thumbs up. Thumbs up from Geronimo.
Yes, thanks for your input, board members. We've got some good direction. Look forward to the next conversation where we start to drill down a little bit more on some of the specific terminology. But again, that will come at the next installment of ARP. Thank you.
All right. And I had my coffee, so I don't need a nap like Patrice had when she was gone, so. Anyway, it has been a long day. We're doing really well. Next item that we have is we're on to item number 33. And this is the opportunity to receive advice from the board's legal counsel regarding the county's community initiative program. And so there's a desire to go into executive session associated with this. Patrice?
First, you
Supervisor
always notice how they save the attorneys for last, right? The best for last. With that, I would move at this time that we go into executive session for advice from legal counsel.
I have a motion by Patrice. It looks like District 2 actually came up first for number 2. He has a second in there. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 All right. So we should, I didn't check. We do have a Teams out there. Is that what we have set up?
I will ask our clerk, Lindsay.
Yes, we should have one.
Chair Ryan, yes, you'll see in your Outlook calendar. I think it's under 4:30 though, but it will work if you click on it.
Okay, so for the sake of the board, we definitely need to leave this one and go into the Teams for the executive session. Is there a need after that to come back in public? I would see we would probably adjourn after this executive session, but I'll check in just to make sure we're okay.
We would come back.
So for the sake of the public, we need to get legal advice.
We'll come back.
We'll come back to regular session, and at that point, we'll be adjourning. Yeah. All right.
We'll see you soon.
Okie dokie.
Bad winds, huh?
Oh, there we go. All right. One thing, check and see who we have out there. Looks like Geronimo. I see Patrice. I see Lena. Not sure if Judy's out there or not. So one thing that I've forgotten, we're getting ready to adjourn here, but we never did do the roundtable. I know we're hitting a fatigue factor, but let's pause for a half a second and see if we want to go through roundtable. Patrice says no. Geronimo, do you have anything for roundtable? I'll just go through each of you. No from Geronimo. Okay, you each get stars. Lena, do you want to try and filibuster right now? I'm not seeing Lena pop up. Judy, anything for roundtable?
No, nothing. Just continuing meetings with our communities that we're serving.
All right, that sounds great. I know you lead a busy schedule out there, which yeah, all of us do. It's pretty amazing. And even if I had something to comment on, I'll withhold, and I have a chance to catch up individually if it's nothing associated with a decision. Let's see. With that, we've been through that. It looks like we're not going to do a roundtable. Very good day. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Steve. I'll adjourn the meeting.
Hold it. I think you have a comment from Supervisor Vasquez.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Keep this really short. I was just supposed to make an announcement that my former district director, Teresa Thomas, has retired, and then we've hired on Arena Contreras to be my new district director. And so I was asked to please announce that today for roundtable. So I almost forgot. I apologize. And I'll leave it just at that. So thank you.
Is that temporary, or is that?
No, she has been hired on for the position.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
Congratulations,
Arena.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. That's because she went through training with me, and since she could handle me, you can handle anybody.
And a great thanks to Teresa Munoz for so many years of dedicated service to the county. So, and
absolutely.
Absolutely. So thank you all.
All right. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you all. Take care.
Excellent.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
I think we're just done.
Have
a great day. Bye.
We didn't motion to adjourn.
You don't need a motion to adjourn. Chair Ryan just adjourned the meeting.